Number one.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for the Metro Bank one-day clash between Durham women and the Blaze. Always makes me feel a bit weird saying the Blaze. Nottinghamshire's the Blaze, shall we say. You're with myself, Ash Thorpe, and Polly Starkey. Polly, the Blaze have won the toss and elected to bat on a brand new pitch. What do you think of that decision?
Yeah, I think it works for the Blaze. They are a really strong batting side. They've had a couple of woes actually so far this season, but one thing about them is they can dig in and they will try and stretch those 50 overs out nicely. And they've got a lot of depth in their batting order, so it does make sense. And I think we've seen Durham struggle a little bit with the bat, and so I think the Blaze will want to put on a hefty total to try and win the game before the break in the middle.
Yeah, so Durham are on the back of a tie down at Scarbados. Went down right to the very last ball, and Talia Wilson effected a run out. Talia Wilson will retain the gloves. Emma Marlowe, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Catherine Fraser, Grace Thompson, Trudy Johnson, Sophia Turner and Katie Levick make up the starting 11 for Durham. Prisha Tanawala, Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Bryce, Orla Prendergast, Ella Claridge, Emma Jones, Kirsty Gordon with the Stripes, Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips make up the Blaze side. So it should be a great day's cricket here. The weather's set for a nice afternoon here in Chester Street. No jacket or jumper really required today. There is a breeze blowing across the ground from the left to the right of your screen, and that's probably the shorter boundary, as you'll just see from the footage there. The covers across in front of that blue stand, the Daffabet stand, and it'll be interesting to see Durham bowling first. Haven't got off to the best of starts in this campaign, but we'll be looking to build on that tie down at Scarborough during the week. And the Blaze, I was talking to their head coach Simon Guy, who just says they're just managing different ways to get results at the moment. They knocked off 300 the other day, so he was quite pleased with that.
Yeah, they've had some really good results and managed to really snatch victory from the jaws of defeat a couple of times. So it's been a good start to the season. I'm interested to see Prisha Thanawala on debut with the bat. She's part of the under-19 squad back in 2025 at that World Cup. And has been playing some good second 11 cricket. And with the absence of a number of England players as well as Georgia Elwys, he's got the call up today. But it'll be Maddie Villiers to open the bowling from the Finkel end for Durham, as that one's defended by Tammy Beaumont, who's on strike for the first ball.
Yeah, so no Lauren Filer in the side today, who's made a really nice impact actually in her game so far this year.
Villiers in again, off spinner, and this one nudged away, and they will scamper through for one to get off the mark. Yeah, interestingly, I mean, a couple of changes for the Blaze with Natseva Brunt and Amy Jones being out, as well as Georgia Elwys, but I don't think those England players being missing, I don't think it's going to make a huge impact because they didn't have a huge impact when they came in. So actually this is more of a normal regular side for the Blaze.
Yeah, and that's something that Simon Guy mentioned this morning. He said that different players have just stood up at different moments to win them games, haven't necessarily relied.
Thanawala facing her first ball and defends this into the pitch.
Yeah, haven't necessarily relied on those England stars to get those results. So, and I think the Blaze, with the squad that they have, and probably others, the likes of Surrey, etc., probably build their sides around when the England players are not going to be there.
Villiers continuing her over, and it's been scooped by Thanawala, facing her second ball. And she's already bringing out the big shots. And she'll get 2 for that.
Nothing like youth.
Yeah. I love that bravery. I love just taking on the game. In the first over, facing your second ball. It's bold, but I like that approach. The Blaze 3 without loss. Once again, going to scoop it, and I really respect that. I'll just take 1 in the end.
Yeah, I like it, and the field dictates that shot is a pretty risk-free shot. There's no 45, and that now will bring a change as Tammy Beaumont decides to rearrange her equipment. And that will probably force a change in the field. We'll see 45 go back in place now for Beaumont, but it'll be interesting to see when Tanawala is back on strike if that field stays the same, but immediately putting pressure back onto Durham. And like you said, Paul, I absolutely love it as well. Confidence.
Very much so. Blaze 4 without loss. Tammy Beaumont back on strike. This one's defended with a straight bat. So that ends the first over. 4 without loss. Beaumont on 1 and Thanawala on 3.
Durham currently sitting in 7th on the table. And the Blaze are sitting in 4th. Somerset have got off to a really nice start this year.
Yeah.
One of the real strugglers last year, probably on the back of a couple of performances from Heather Knight as well. But they're up there and about. And Yorkshire women in their first crack at this have started off nicely as well. They're putting pressure on the top. You can see Trudy Johnson with the new ball. She's going to start off at the Lumley end. Nice little bit of in-swing, which we see from Johnson. These two probably spent a bit of time together in under-19s camps and tours for England.
Yeah, that World Cup in Malaysia back in January 2025.
A nice start from Johnson. Yeah, if you're just wondering about the camera angle, guys, there was a bit of an issue with the scaffolding at the Lumley end of the ground, so that's about as good as we're going to get for today. But I'm sure you'll agree that the pictures are still pretty good, nice and clear. And the sun's breaking through. Tidy start this so far from Johnson. Might stop me whinging about some LBWs and things that get given with that angle. I doubt it.
To be fair, we've got a very nice angle from where we're sat.
We've got the best seat in the house, haven't we? It's a really good controlled start this from Johnson. That in swing. Just tucking Tanawala up. Exciting day for her making a debut. You heard the big loud round of applause for her from her teammates at the far end of the ground this morning.
Yeah, it feels like a long time coming for Thanawala. She's been around the senior team since about 2024 and involved in the academy for a while. Been given contracts, so it's great to see her get her opportunity. And she had a brilliant performance in the second 11 team against Essex about 10 days ago. Took fourther in the end and scored 44. So a handy all-round performance there.
Ends a maiden over from Johnson, a really nice start, something that Durham will have craved. And myself and Polly have watched the couple of home games that we've had here, and we, along with the coaching staff more than us, have been a little bit frustrated with the amount of extras that we saw. That's a really nice tidy start from both Villiers and Johnson. Yeah,
really positive for Durham. It's one of those things that's not quite a quick fix, but actually it does make such a difference. And it's been frustrating to see at the start of the season, but so far so good today against the Blaze as Maddie Villiers returns from the Finkel end. Beaumont to face and just plays it into the ground by her feet.
A little bit of turn there. You don't often get turn with the new ball, but there is some grass on the pitch, so it might just be gripping in there at the moment.
Villiers in again, and Beaumont just defends. Takes a couple of steps. Once again, tidy from Durham. Villiers getting through her over quickly. 3-dot balls so far. Beaumont hoiks this in the air over the ring. It will fall short of the boundary, but it will be quite a comfortable 2 in the end for the Blaze.
Build up a pressure that, I think, Polly. Like a nice start from Durham, and that's a big shot from Beaumont coming down the pitch. Trying to hit it straight, which I like, but almost producing an error that led to a wicket. Might have just seen there the bounce off the square as well. It's absolutely bone dry out there and like concrete.
Beaumont this time on the leg side. Drags it down and it should head towards the boundary. Katie Levick in pursuit. And once again they push for 2. And it's quite comfortable in the end. So after 3 dots now, 4 from the over. In fact, it's leg buys,
there,
yeah. Blaze 8 without loss. Beaumont slaps this down the ground, but will only find Grace Thompson. So that ends the over. 8 without loss.
Yeah, it's a nice controlled start so far. Both sides will probably be happy. The Blaze just settling into their innings, haven't lost a wicket as of yet, but the Durham bowlers have showed good control. Nice long chat there between one of the most experienced on the circuit in Beaumont and one making a debut in Tanawalla. Tanawalla rips this away out into the leg side and will pick up a single.
It was a nice shot. I like the confidence that she's come out with
Zero
on debut.
nerves,
Opening the batting and just looks completely at ease.
Talia Wilson's going to stand up to the stumps. Move I quite like that. Just give Beaumont something to think about there with that in swing. Try and keep her trapped in the crease rather than giving Beaumont the opportunity to use her feet, which she does, and we saw that in the last over against Villiers. On the money again from Johnson. Good start from the youngster.
I've been really impressed so far today. She's obviously been away in Australia for a couple of weeks with the England under-19 setup and wasn't the best of tours for England. Struggled against Australia and Sri Lanka.
Bit of a pattern there.
That's a sensitive subject. Don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm smiling so much. Yeah, really good from Johnson. Love that line. Attacking that 4th, 5th stump with a little bit of shape back in. a little bit too straight. Is it leg by? It's the first one really that, yeah, just drifted down the leg side. Hasn't cost Durham, just the one leg by. We've got Katie Levick down at fine leg, who's very, very square. Almost in a corner. Victor Main used to love his corners. A bit more of a smooth approach to the boundary. A bit more curvature. It's a nice shot, but won't beat the field. And another really tidy over, that from Trudy Johnson. 2 runs from it, just the one off the bat. Johnson started nicely. 2 overs, none for 1. And the Blaze after 4 out of 10 without loss.
The Blaze will be a little bit frustrated they haven't been able to get more from these 4 overs, but Durham will be absolutely chuffed. They've started so well.
Yeah, they have been disciplined with the ball, and that is something that I know Danny Hazel and in particular Nathan Rimington, the bowling coach, will be really pleased about to start this Saturday game off with.
It's of course a slightly different opening combination to what we've seen in terms of Durham's bowlers, but it seems to be effective.
Lots of chat there, isn't there, between Armitage and Villiers. Maybe expecting Beaumont to explode in this over.
Villiers in, and this one just nudged into the leg side. More defensive than anything. Yeah, you sense that Beaumont will want to get going a little
There's
bit.
something going to happen. In fact,
Yeah.
they've dropped long on now and brought up the sweeper at square leg. So are they going to sweep, or are we going to see something big over cow corner?
Beaumont just nudges down the ground. We'll be able to run through for 1.
It's good experience, that Paul. She hasn't panicked. She's just took the single and got down the other end, and then she contemplate life a little bit there without the stress of having to be on strike.
Vanawala on strike this time, works it into the leg side. Is keen to go for the run, and in fact they will do in the end after a misfield.
Yeah, it was a run there all day. Beaumont a little bit apprehensive. The youngster was certainly confident. She was off. Bess Heath there at mid-wicket, trying to scramble around.
Beaumont goes to tap it round the corner. They won't make it all the way to the boundary, they'll just take 1.
Yeah, good work from Fraser. Almost anticipating that that's where the ball was going to go, so she got a head start.
The Blaze 13 without loss. Vanawala rocks back, just pushes it forward defensively. No run available. This one's chipped up, and it could have been a spectacular one-handed catch, but it will just go down as a single in the end. It's Bess Heath.
Yeah, she moved beautifully towards it, didn't she? And I would just held our breath for a moment there. She was horizontal to the ground, but couldn't quite get there.
It was a bit of a salmon dive, and one arm stretched out, and it would have been an amazing catch, and probably a really frustrating way for Danawala to get out. But yeah, in the end, in the score bucket, it doesn't have any of that down, just the single to end the over. So 5 overs gone, 14 without loss.
Beautiful Saturday morning here in Chesley Street. Pete Johnson to continue. That one just darting back sharply. Danawala manages to scramble that away to square leg and picks up another single. Just a little bit rushed on that one. I can tell you, I went and had a look at this surface. Very, very dry out there on the square. Might be able to pick up the 2 pitches. Have been relayed, the ones next to it, just on the right-hand side there. So excellent from Johnson. You can just see about where Tammy Beaumont's having a little wander there. I can tell you that there was Cracks like old school whacker pitches. It's so dry.
It's been so warm the last week or so. Just absolutely no rain.
Yeah, and the wind as well, Polly. That really dries the ground out. And it's been constant, that wind, I can tell you. Beaumont finds the gap, and this will be the first boundary of the day. Beautiful shot. A tiny bit of width. It wasn't a bad ball by any means, but Beaumont showing a class there and finding the gap, picking up her first, and the Blazers' first boundary of the day. Moves them on to 19 without loss.
Yeah, really nice from Beaumont.
This outfield is absolutely rapid as well.
Yeah, it just zipped away.
Oh, I thought she dragged it on. Bottom edge. Into a pad. I think Johnson was off celebrating as well. She thought she'd picked up the wicket. And she's got her this time. Beaumont goes big. Johnson goes bang. And Durham have their first. The big wicket of Tammy Beaumont gone for 9. The Blaze lose their first wicket on 19.
Lovely from Trudy Johnson. It felt like it was coming. She's started so well with the ball and she's been so disciplined, and it felt like she had to be a little bit patient in this over, and she got hit for 4, but yeah, she bounced back so well, and what a wicket, and a really important wicket for Durham to get early. Tammy Beaumont unable to do too much damage at all.
I think it's a great reward for their discipline so far this morning. Like I say, it wasn't a bad ball. Even the one that got hit for 4 was just a quality bit of batting rather than a bad ball. But she's bounced back and pick up the big wicket of Tammy Beaumont. It's a great work from Trudy Johnson in partnership with Maddie Villiers. And Durham now will be very happy with their start. 1 ball left in over number 6. The Blaze 19 for 1. Catherine Bryce is the new batter.
Catherine Bryce has had a good start to the season. 38 against Warwickshire, 55 against Yorkshire, 35 against Lancs.
It's consistent without breaking the bank, isn't it? There's a lot of starts there, and she'll be looking to push something north of 50 today. And Johnson again on the money to finish that over. An excellent start from Trudy Johnson. She has 1 for 6 off her 3. The Blazer 19 for 1 after 6.
A brilliant start from Durham. I'll be very happy with the position they're in. I know that the Blaze do have depth in their batting, but I don't think they could have asked to get off to a better start. Maddie Villiers into the attack once again, and that's been slapped away by Thanawala. It should go for 4. And it all just about be saved, I think. That's some superb fielding. It's the long
Windsor,
boundary over there. Yeah, Emily Windsor just nudging it over the rope, well, behind the rope to protect it.
Did brilliantly there. Got those little legs moving very, very quickly. I thought that was 4 all the way.
Yeah. We've mentioned how fast the outfield is here today and how dry it is. I thought it would just ease over. Villiers in again. This one's swept by Bryce for no run.
A good bit of footwork in the end from Katie Levick, who somehow managed to miss it with the long barrier. Big smile on her face.
The Blaze 22 for 1. big shout. Mainly from Talia Wilson, I think.
Yeah, it must have flicked the pad, or I
Yeah.
thought Talia Wilson was just trying to keep Durham wideless so far. I thought it was a bit of showmanship.
Villiers again, and this one turned into the leg side. It's backward of square with Katie Levitt doing the fielding.
It's good aggressive running that from Tanawala as well. Would have been easy just to turn that down.
Yeah, their running's been good so far today. Started the over with 3, which I thought was good. Even though it looked like it was going for 4, they still kept running. Managed to push for 3 and then sneaking the single there. 23 for 1. Danawal has a swing at this. Just through to Talia Wilson.
She just needs to be careful she's not getting away too far back there towards the leg side. Sweeper out there now on the offside as well.
And again, and sweeps down the ground, beats both fielders. I think the fielder gets a slight hand, so it does slow up, and that'll be stopped. A bit of work between Grace Thompson and Emma Marlowe.
Yeah, it was a good hand that from Bess Heath actually. She's in very tight there on the leg side. And between the 3 Durham girls, they managed to keep that down to 2. And probably frustrate Thanawala, who thought she might have picked up 2 boundaries in that over.
Yeah, definitely a team fielding effort. Got a very loud dog somewhere.
Yeah, I reckon that dog belongs to the Armitage family. Not that I want to throw anybody under the bus. I can see them over there in the LNER stand. Looks like a few more members of the crew have just turned up and some meet and greets. Johnson continues. Chopped away and Fraser does the fielding. That's probably the worst ball that Trudy Johnson's bowled so far, but it's another dot. Pulled, it's in the air, it's chipped, it should be out. Simple catch. And another big wicket. I mean, we'll probably say that a few times today, but Catherine Bryce is very dangerous, has been very consistent so far this year. And Sophia Turner takes a comfortable catch at mid-on. Johnson picks up her second. And the Blaze are 25 for 2.
Another really important wicket. Someone who's had such a good start to the season, who's, as you say, been so consistent and can be really dangerous. A really important wicket for Durham, and Trudy Johnson is having a fantastic start here against the Blaze. Sarah Bryce will come to the middle to join Thanawala, who's looked easily the most comfortable of all the batters so far today on debut.
You're absolutely right there, she has. She's looked calm and composed. A couple of wickets have fallen at the other end.
We've had a bat gauge.
Yeah, I was out there when they did the toss, and the umpires will, yep, we're going to take the gauge out there. And I think that's pretty standard practice now, that most batters, when they come in, get the bats through. Not necessarily an issue for the girls, because their bats tend to be a little bit smaller, but definitely the lads are on the edge, right on the edge of that.
Well, there have been a couple of issues at the start of the season in Tier 1 and Tier 2 with bats failing, so
there you go.
It's something everyone's kind of keeping an eye on at the moment.
Oh, it's really cleverly played to get off the mark, and that will be a boundary. Running that down to third.
That was nicely angled and just let it sail away, did Sarah Bryce.
Used the pace nicely. Good comeback. These Kookaburra balls don't swing for long, and it might be just the fact that there's been a couple with a little bit of width, hasn't there, Polly, in this over? It might not be swinging as much now. Trying to swing it against the breeze as well, which is blowing from the left to the right of your screen. Back on the money. You mentioned that strong batting lineup. Yeah, they do keep coming, don't they?
Yeah, you've got Orla Prendergast, the Island International, to come in as well.
It's better from Johnson. Finishing off the over. 4 from it, but more importantly, the wicket of Catherine Bryce, which has brought her sister Sarah to the crease. 29 for 2 after 8. Durham started off nicely.
Yeah, in terms of the Blazers batting lineup, they are actually missing Marie Kelly, who's been really important for them with the bat so far this season. Georgia Ellis as well, who is a pretty consistent performer, who, to be fair, was coming in quite low down, I think. This is the thing with the Blazers batting, is you've got really quality batters coming in quite low down the order just because they've got so many good players there. And then someone like Kirsty Gordon, she always will just dig in and bat to get a team over the line. We've got a change of bowling with Grace Thompson coming in from the Finkel end. Danawala hoiking this in the air, slaps it airily. He won't make it all the way to the boundary with Bess Heath doing the running.
It's important this spell now for Grace Thompson that she keeps up the pressure that the opening bowlers have put onto this Blaze team. Villiers didn't take a wicket, but she worked really nicely in partnership with Trudy Johnson.
.31 for 2. This one's on the ground.
It's a great area that there. That's exactly where Thompson should be operating from. Getting that ball hitting the top of the stumps makes it difficult. She's one of the tallest probably in the women's game. She bowls the ball from a good height as well. Uses all of her advantages that she has.
A huge swing by Danawala. It goes through to the keeper.
And again, these two will be familiar with each other as
Yeah.
well. So there's probably a bit of friendly rivalry. They'll be into each other's social media accounts probably during the week in the lead up to this. Danawala's definitely not taken a backward step so far.
The Blaze 31 for 2. That's been played really nicely by Thanawala. I'm not sure if it will make it all the way to the boundary. Got Emily Windsor, who was chasing it down and once again manages to stop it before the boundary. But good running between this pair. They ran a 3, which we saw earlier a couple of overs ago when the ball's going out to that far boundary.
It is a big boundary there. Probably the best part is 75 yards.
Sarah Bryce on strike now and slight edge and just ends up with ball and Emma Marlowe on the ground.
I thought she was trying to eat that for a moment. Not very graceful at all, Emma.
No, it's like a game of hungry hippos where you like grab it down. The Blaze 34 for 2.
I like the fact they've still got a slip in place. Still trying to attack and pick up that 3rd wicket.
Thompson in again. Just defensive from Bryce to end the over. So 9 overs gone, 34 for 2.
as simple as this will sound, I'm pleased that Grace has bowled that first over without an extra, because she was one of the ones that we've seen so far early this season, and maybe more with the new ball that was swinging. Didn't quite control it, but she settled into a pretty good line and length there from the start. So good signs. For Durham, still no extras from the bowlers, that is. There's been a few leg byes. Holly Armitage is doing this quite nicely with her young bowlers as well, always communicating. Making sure they've got the field exactly where they want it before the start of the over. Timed nicely again from Thanawala, but she'll pick up a couple. Emily Windsor doing the hard work out in the deep. Always seems to be on the longest boundaries. The littlest legs in the team, but the longest boundaries. But she's a great athlete and moves really nicely in the field. Huge asset, especially when you're playing on a surface area such as this here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Driven in the air and doesn't quite carry to Armitage.
There have been a couple of slightly nervy shots from Thanawala where you think, oh, slight half chances. And she'll want to. She's played some really good shots, so she'll want to avoid getting out in kind of a silly way when you know she's better than that.
She's definitely looking to play her shots, I'll give her that. That definitely wasn't there to pull. But she's not bothered. I'll have a crack anyway, she says. Not timed. I've really enjoyed her intent so far, even from that first over where she's played those little paddle sweeps with no 45 in place. She's continued to look to score. She's 19 from 25 currently. And that's probably the best shot she's played all day, and she'll get nothing for it as that cannons into the middle stump.
It was a lovely straight drive, but a bit too straight. That it went straight back to the stumps.
And they might just be talking about taking the slip out here. In fact, they're changing it around. Emma Marlowe's going to go into the mid-wicket area, and I think they will take slip out and just reinforce the offside a little bit in the ring. In fact, Villiers is going to go into a gully position, which is interesting. Oh, and it gets hit just to her right. And I think that's her first boundary of the day. There's been many, many near misses. She's absolutely jumped all over that short and wide ball from Johnson and cut it away for a lovely boundary.
Yeah, that was really good and a bit of a kick in the teeth really for Durham. Just found the gap so nicely. It feels like she should have had a boundary earlier, so well deserved.
And Johnson, who has been very good, is back on the money. 5 overs, 2 for 17 so far for the youngster. And the Blaze after 10 overs are 40 for 2.
It's been a really good power play from a Durham perspective. Less so the Blaze with 2 of their key wickets disappearing. Trudy Johnson dismissing Tammy Beaumont and Catherine Bryce. But Prisha Thanawala has been a bright spot for the Blaze on debut. So far 23 not out. Grace Thompson will be continuing from the Finkel end. Thompson in and leg side wide. You were saying before how good it was that there hadn't been any extras from her. Bryce on strike, and once again another wide down the leg side from Thompson.
Oh, London buses.
The Blaze 42 for 2.
Still a slip in place. Nice and aggressive from Durham.
This is frustrating for Grace Thompson. He's just struggling to find a line in this over. 3 leg side wides.
This is a pattern we've seen from Grace, unfortunately. Once she bowls one, it tends to be followed by another. Such an exciting prospect. These are just the little things that she'll work out with more experience.
Better from Thompson. The Blaze will scamper through for 1. Signalled as leg by. Again, better from Thompson.
Wanted to keep trying to hit the pitch here, not just floated up there being safe.
Danawala taps and looks to run, but it's a quick throw in.
Maddie Villiers has just absolutely launched that straight into Grace Thompson, who was trying to pull out of her follow through.
Yeah, it's absolutely zipped in. It was a good kind of shot at the stumps, but poor Grace Thompson was there in the way.
At least she's seen the funny side of it.
Danawala slaps this away so nicely. I think it will be cut off. In fact, there's a fumble, and it will go for 4. So that's another boundary for Danawala, who moves on to 27, and a rare mistake from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, she just went to slide across the outfield there and almost just plugged a little bit. I don't know whether it's because it's so dry out there.
Yeah, she pretty much got there and then the ball disappeared. Thompson in again, and it's just guided nicely by Danawala. She'll take the 1 run, just rotating the strike. The Blaze 49 for 2. Bryce,
no.
oof, it just beats Talia Wilson. And Grace Thompson just takes a moment to think, oh, what could have been? And that's the 50 up for the Blaze.
Yeah, just come up 11 overs completed, 50 for 2. The edge not carrying through to Talia Wilson, who did well to stop that going for 4. It bounced awkwardly just in front of her. That's the highest run scoring over so far in the innings for the Blaze. 10 from it. A little bit expensive so far from Grace Thompson. 14 from her too. We're going to see Catherine Fraser into the attack from the Lumley end. Nice start from Fraser. Replacing Trudy Johnson, who picked up 2 wickets in her opening spell. Bowled with really nice control. Picking up Beaumont and Bryce. Catherine Bryce, that is. Oh, and Fraser just a little bit quicker. Bryce flicks this one away out into the deep. And you'll see Muddy Villiers out there. Bit of flight from Fraser, tempting the youngster into a big drive and a play and a miss. The same again. Holly Armitage swoops on that one in the covers. Time forcing Tanawala to go back into the crease, and that ends a really nice start from Fraser. Just the one from that. Nice to get a little bit of control back after an expensive previous over. 51 for 2 after 12.
Yeah, really good over, and one they needed just so they don't kind of lose the control and the tightness they had on the game. There's going to be a change with Katie Levick coming into the attack. We're going to see a bit of leg spin.
And this is a battle I'm really enjoying. I'm going to enjoy, should I say, is the youngster when Tanawala gets on strike. The youngster against the... I'm going to call her a veteran. She might not like it, but I'm going to call her that anyway.
Levick in, and Bryce rocks back. Starts with a dot though. .51 for 2. And Levick will get a wicket. Sarah Bryce was trying to be creative, and it didn't pay off, and Levick has another breakthrough for Durham, who now have the Blaze 3 wickets down just outside of the power play. It's been a really good start for Durham, and the change of Katie Levick has brought about a wicket.
I'm going to have to listen to that back later on. I don't know if you heard it, but as soon as Bryce went across the stumps, I just went... because we've got the most perfect view of that, and I could just see that unfolding from the ball coming out of Levick's hand. Really nice start from Levick, and this is where Durham need to keep building pressure on this Blaze lineup. 51 for 3, really, really good start.
It brings in all of Prendergast, the Ireland international. He scored a half-century against Warwickshire in the last game.
Well, let's hope we don't see, from a Durham point of view, what we saw from the last Ireland international who was here, who scored a magnificent century.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis absolutely took Durham apart in that first game of the season. She unfortunately is now injured and has headed back to Ireland, so isn't playing for Lancashire anymore, which is a big miss for them, because 131 I think it was in the end on the opening day.
It was incredible.
It was a fine knock. Little Prendergast starts by just dabbing it to point. 51 for 3. Defensive from Prendergast, so a fantastic over from Levick so far. 3 dots and a wicket. This one's slightly more on the leg side, and well stopped just inside the ring.
Emma Marlowe there, I think it is. I thought that was going to run away for 4. Went quickly off the bat.
Just be the single. Wide from Levick on the leg side. Danawala defends this, but keen for the single.
Yeah, I like her awareness there. Grace Thompson just sitting back a little bit on the circle. And almost immediately as that came off the bat, she set off. She started beautifully. In fact, showing the way for the Blaze. She's 29 from 36.
Got games elsewhere with the Lancashire hosting Hampshire, who are 35 for 1. Warwickshire are 63 for 2 at Edgbaston against Somerset, and Essex are 54 without loss against Yorkshire in the One Day Cup.
The dugouts out on the ground. For the girls, it's a long walk. We're on the eastern side of the ground. This is tossed up. And again, she sets off immediately, Tanawala, and picks up a single. Loved her intent so far this morning. She's showing her more experienced teammates how it's done out there currently. She moves on to 30. Nicely played. Prendergast trying to use the pace. Picks up a single. Yeah, it's good those dugouts on the ground. Just gets the players closer to the action, and you'll hear the Blaze teammates and coaching staff praising any good shots as Danawala keeps that scoreboard ticking over.
It makes it really feel like summer as well, where you're not wrapped in blankets, huddled inside.
Well, there's heaters. Well, in the home balcony anyway, there are heaters. And this is the thing, they're going to have to actually sort that out, because Durham, rightly or wrongly, I'll let you be the judge of that, have them in the home change room. This is cut away by Prendergast. Oh, a comeback for 2. He throws to the bowlers, and that's excellent running. Definitely shouldn't have been 2 there. But now they're with the arrival of the girls to the Riverside. So what used to be the away change room is now the girls' home change room. And I noticed they still haven't put any heaters outside that change room. So there you go. 59 for 3 after 14. Prendergast on 4 and Thanawala's on 31. Been super impressive on her debut so far.
Yeah, you would not be able to tell that it's her debut. She has absolutely led the way. And whether that's been with her running or the shots she's been playing, it's been brilliant from the 19-year-old. Katie Levick back into the attack, and we'll start with a dot ball. Danawala on 31. She leans and taps this away to Emily Windsor out on the boundary. 60 for 3.
I love that. A little forward press and then rock back, and timed it nicely. Hasn't tried to overhit it.
Prendergast plays the same shot. Thanawala has a swing at this.
A bit tight to that one, wasn't it? Nice take from Wilson behind the stumps. Just changing the field here, bringing deep mid-wicket in and dropping long off.
It's been slapped into the ground and then away to Emily Windsor.
She's going to have to be careful there playing against Katie Levick, because Levick will just slide one in.
Yeah.
She may be in the process of trying to set her up at the moment.
Prendergast now on strike as it's been driven straight back to Levick. And that wraps up the over, so just 3 conceded from that over, and after 15 the Blaze are 62 for 3.
And another little partnership building here. But Durham will be very happy with this start, picking up 3 early wickets. And that run rate just hovering at the 4 and over mark. Catherine Fraser to continue. Thanawala's been very impressive, 33 so far to her name. She opens her face, a little bit of confusion between the batters. She gets down and sweeps well. Goes out to the deep. I think about a second. Emily Windsor does some good work out there in the deep. Keeps it to 1. Great use of the feet and goes downtown. 1 bounce for 4. Beautiful shot. Couldn't have hit that any straighter.
Yeah, that was so straight. I had the perfect view here, right in line. That was incredible from Orla Prendergast, showing her class.
Using her long levers there. Very impressive use of the feet. And a beautiful strike. Good comeback from Fraser. Just defeating Prendergast there in the flight. Excellent fielding there. Sophia Turner. She tries to cut and just jams her up for a little bit of room there to finish off the over. So 5 runs from it. Prendergast's on 9. Thanawala's 34. And the Blaze, after 16 overs, are 67 for 3.
The Blaze just looking to try and build a partnership after just not really being able to do that previously. Thanawala's been kind of the rock of the team so far. Levick back in as she'll start with a wide. Thanawala swings at this one down the ground. Almost looks like she was trying to sweep but didn't quite get enough to go round the corner. The Blaze 69 for 3. Once again, Prendergast even was trying to turn it round the corner. Levick in again, and it's a swing, and Talia Wilson keeps it tidy behind the stumps.
Close to off stump, that.
Yeah. Levick building pressure. This one's pushed a point. The Blaze 71 for 3 now. Prendergast straight down the ground. Grace Thompson will cut it off, but they'll comfortably get one.
Like Prendergast trying to hit strong down the ground. Really good batting.
Danawala sweeps really nicely behind square. It will just be one to end the over. The Blaze 73 for 3 after 17.
More and more impressed with every over from Thanawala. She's played a couple of really nice sweep shots in that over. She'd be disappointed really she hasn't got more reward from those shots. Seems to be timing the ball really nicely, and we're going to have a change with Sophia Turner coming into the attack from the Lumley end. Holly Armitage has got some weapons at her disposal, so she's changing them up quite regularly just to find that right combination. Nicely played again, out for another single. Big changes to the field in personnel wise anyway. Emma Marlowe running all the way from third to mid wicket. Katie Levitt going from fine leg to third. This one beats the edge. Excellent pitch out here today at the Banks Homes Riverside. Victor May and his team doing an outstanding job in preparing some brilliant surfaces for the lads and lasses to get out there and entertain you. This one's short and wide and straight to Catherine Fraser at backward point. Tidy start this so far from Fee Turner. Thuds into the thigh pad. Stump to stump from Sophia Turner. Prendergast happy just to defend that away. She's now 10 from 19. Right, still hovering at just over 4 and over. Really good work. Nice finish to the over. Just the one from it. Sophia Turner's first over. 74 for 3 after 18.
I'm impressed with the way Durham have kept the pressure on, because I think it would have been easy, particularly when Prendergast came in. And we've seen a couple of shots where it's like, oh, maybe the Blaze are going to press on here, but Durham have not allowed them to do that. Levitt continuing. It's worked into the leg side by Thanawala. Just for the single. A huge swing by Prendergast. He puts a bat back in the crease quickly.
Yeah, pressure's building here, you feel.
Levick in again, and Prendergast takes a couple of steps nicely down the ground. And it may just be stopped. Yeah, it's stopped nicely by Grace Thompson and Trudy Johnson, who combined to prevent the boundary.
It's an interesting one there. You probably get 3, but the non-striker in Thanawala has to go back and make a ground with that ball being so straight. She doesn't want to get run out. Oh, and gone.
That's a really tidy bit of keeping by Talia Wilson. Really watchful.
Came from nowhere, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it must have been that Prendergast just kind of lifted a foot or something. Because it didn't look like she completely wandered out of her crease or anything.
Just going to try and have a look at a little replay there. And see if
it could have just been a little foot lift up.
She must have just literally overbalanced in the sweep and come out of her crease, because there was certainly confident appeal as soon as Wilson took the bails off. She knew it was out. And the finger went up immediately from the umpire. And again, another big breakthrough for Durham. Levick picks up her first. The Blazers 77 for 4. Needing somebody to stand up and bat alongside the debutant, Thanawala.
I think the Blaze will be a little bit shell-shocked with this. That dismissal of Prendergast is quite frustrating for them. She was looking in decent touch, one of those players who you know can be patient and kind of wait it out a bit, but has those big shots in her. But it's Thanawala who's the survivor of the Blaze batters. She's currently on 39 from 50, and Ella Claridge will join her at the crease. That's a good bit of work by Talia Wilson.
Slip in place now. Emma Marlowe's jump back into the armchair.
Levitt continuing her over. Been pushed away by Claridge just for the single. The Blaze 78 for 4.
Almost a little bit of rebuilding required here.
Yeah.
I feel if Durham can pick up another wicket, gets them into that all-rounder category.
Thanawala puts a lot of power behind that shot. Won't make it all the way to the boundary. Will just be a single.
That's the one that Levick's been looking for, as you can see. Victor Main in his deck chair, that is the sign of summer. And the ground staff out there, I was going to say watching on, but they're all, I'm not sure if they're all texting each other actually. It's shocking.
Oh, young people nowadays.
Mate, what's going on out there? Where's the communication skills of the people these days? Horrific. Great work from our production team behind the scenes there, catching that generation. Ben Hall will be absolutely devastated that he's been classed in that generation, but there you go. Durham on a roll here. 79 for 4. 19 overs done. Katie Levick picking up her first wicket in the last over. No, umpire just stops the game as a bail fell off.
That happened a lot on Wednesday when I was playing cricket. It was so windy. Yeah, so windy.
How did you go, Polly?
Don't talk about it.
You brought it up.
It was a bad day. Yeah, Manchester met against Kiel. We got absolutely thrashed.
Short and wide, not timed. It can happen.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I'm gonna have to show my team some videos of Dhanawala batting, just because. I mean, a lot of them were playing their first ever outdoor game.
Okay.
And I think some of them didn't realise you can run for 2 because we've only played indoor cricket where you only run 1. So there was a lot of yelling from the boundary, run for 2. So I think this is a good example of how to bat.
Driven away nicely. It'll just be a single. Bess Heath does a fielding out in the deep. Yeah, I think it's such a reality check getting outside after you've practiced indoors for so long.
I think with fielding as well, that was the big difference because a lot of the players have never fielded outdoors before.
Yeah, throwing a ball 30, 40 metres
is very
different.
Yeah. And when you're indoor, it obviously bounces off the wall, so you're not really moving. But I'm like, no, you have to run after it. So I think it was a bit of a shock to the system for a couple of people.
This is tucked away. Finds the gap out in the deep. Emily Windsor does very well to keep that to 1. I was expecting Claridge to turn and come back. Yeah, even batting and bowling, I mean, the bounce is so different, and when you're batting, there's actually fielders.
Yeah.
How dare a fielder stop a good drive of mine? It's a bye. We saw that actually quite a lot in the first games here, didn't we? Where I think Emma Marlowe in particular, and this is no disrespect to Emma at all, and she said the same afterwards, she hit so many beautiful shots that indoor you're going, yeah, that's 4.
Yeah.
But actually they were straight to fielders. How dare they? Finds the gap. This time they'll look for 2, but Bess Heath does very well to get round to. Durham's energy in the field's been really good so far this morning as well, and that's probably on the back of the good work that the bowlers have done, and everything just rubs off on each other. 1 ball away from the 20 over mark. They've picked up 4 wickets. Oh, and this is edged away. Down to Katie Levick at 3rd. And that ends over number 20, 84 for 4. And with this batting lineup, Thanawala is leading the way on 41 not out. And Durham have been superb so far. Just a little period where there was a couple of wides. But so far so good. Losing the toss. And the players electing to bat first on a very, very good surface here. Some drinks being run out. Particularly for Thanawala, who's been out there since the start. Be drinks in 5 overs time.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by Thanawala. When she played for the under-19s at the World Cup, I kind of only really saw her bowl and bowling her off spin. But so I was a bit confused when I saw her opening the batting because Levick's in and this is defended for no run. But she is just absolutely excelled. It's clearly a part of her game that she's really been working on the last year or so.
She certainly hasn't looked out of place.
Thanawala, a big sweep at this, a hoik, and it will go for 4.
Thought Vic could have done better there, to be honest.
Too busy on his phone.
He is. He's still on his phone. I'm going to message him, actually.
Best believe it's on full volume.
What are you trying to say? Us old people need help. Yeah, you're right, to be fair.
88 for 4 as Levick's in and once again swept by Thanawala. Slightly less power this time. And will just be one.
He's probably still got Snake on his phone, Vic.
Claridge nudging this into the leg side. It's a really quick single. Good bit of running between the wickets for this pair.
Yeah, it was excellent running between the wickets there. Bessie right on the circle. Just a little drop and run. Good awareness.
Thanawala drives this straight to Maddie Villiers though. 90 for 4. Thanawala on 47. As she just chips it up, it falls safely, but no run on offer. And that wraps up the over. So 21 overs gone, 90 for 4 are the Blaze, with Prisha Thanawala on 47 and Ella Claridge on 4.
Half an appeal from Turner. This one trickles away for a leg bite. Not very confident, I must say. Oh, right through her. Slower ball from Turner. Really clever piece of cricket. And Prisha Thanawala, a fantastic innings of 47 on debut, comes to an end on 47. Durham pick up their 5th, and the Blaze are 91 for 5, Polly.
Oh, she looks so frustrated with that, so close to that half century, but what a debut it's been. I think she has to be so proud of that, because opening the batting and being the standout batter for your side when you've got the likes of Tammy Beaumont and Catherine Bryce with bags of international experience, but you're the one that shone, you're the one that stepped up. She's got to be really proud of that. The Blaze are in a precarious position now, 91 for 5. You've got Emma Jones coming to the crease, and it's looking like a difficult situation for the Blaze, but the one thing about them is they will find a way. They will dig deep, and they've got the players to do that. He can be really resilient in that lower order, but this is fantastic for Durham. They are tearing through that top order, and they've got the one batter who looked really settled and comfortable in Prisha Thanawala, who's out for 47.
Really clever bit of bowling that from Fee Turner. Just taking the pace off, totally defeating the youngster. Picking up a huge wicket. This is where, and Durham will probably use the drinks break to their advantage, where they'll try and squeeze the next couple of overs, and then all of a sudden the Blaze will look up and there's 25 overs that are done on the board. They're already 5 down. Impressive stuff so far from the home side. Jones, the new batter. Like you say, something Simon Guy mentioned earlier, that the Blaze just find a way. Important that Durham keep the pressure on right here, right now. Jones is off the mark. First ball, nicely played out through the offside. Claridge. Almost the same line on the wagon wheel, that one. Pushing out to deep point for a single. Blaze winning the toss, electing to bat first on a really good surface. Sun shining, good overheads. Definitely a day to bat first. Oh, that slower ball again from Turner. This time turned out into the leg side. Just for the single. Nice start from Fee Turner so far. 1 for 8, 1 ball left in her third over. A long way across. That will be another leg bye. So a busy over for the scorers. Bookended by a couple of leg byes. A wicket and 3 singles. So 5 from it in total. And the Blaze after 22 and 95 for 5.
An important over and an important wicket. Probably not the wicket we would have said was the most important at the start of the day, but has proved to be that. And now Emma Jones and Ella Claridge are trying to rebuild for the Blaze. Emma Jones in just her 4th game for the Blaze after moving up from Surrey this season.
Going to see Trudy Johnson back into the attack. So Holly Armitage using the bowlers in pretty short spells so far today. But what that will do is that will give Holly options at the back end of the innings. 6 bowlers used so far.
Trudy's been incredible so far from her 5 overs, 2 for 16, including a maiden over. So really useful.
Yeah, set the tone so far today, hasn't she?
Definitely. Those 2 early wickets really made the difference as she continues from the Finkel end. This one tapped into the leg side by Claridge.
Still a little bit of movement back in as well. She's got the advantage of the breeze, really. It's coming across perfect for her in-swing from left to right on your screen. Coming in from the west. Looking at the flags at the bottom, it looks like that's just started to change around a little bit. Maybe coming more from the south.
Emma Jones on strike as she guides this away for a single. Emily Windsor running in from the boundary. The Blaze 97 for 5. And that will take the score over to 98 for 5. 3 singles in a row so far.
Pretty much scoring off every ball so far, this little partnership. Keeping it busy and risk-free. The Blaze can't afford to lose another one here.
Jones has a huge strike in it, but it will be really well fielded by the captain, Holly Armitage.
Such a nice feeling when that just sticks right in the middle of the paw. Beautiful fielding from the skipper.
It was a big slap as well from Jones. Jones playing across the body. And it will be 4. Emma Jones knows she's got to play a big role today for the Blaze. We want to get a good score in for her new team. She's so far top scored with 14 against Yorkshire.
Brings up the 100, that for the Blaze. 102 for 5. She's certainly come out positively, looking to score off every ball.
Johnson in again, and this is pushed out to point. They're shy at the stumps, but Jones will be back safely. The Blaze 103 for 5.
Yeah, 8 from that over. So just transferring a bit of pressure back onto Durham, who will be more than happy with their morning's work so far. 103 for 5, as Polly said. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Although Jones has definitely come out full of intent. 8 off 6. Claridge is 7 from 9. And it's now, I guess, the Blaze looking at what they feel is a winnable score on this pitch. They'll have to look at that and then manage the risk and reward of batting through the rest of their innings. Still 27 overs left, so plenty of time. But what do they feel is that magic number that they're comfortable defending?
Yeah, and they'll know that Durham have got firepower at the top of their order.
Drop and run. This could be close with a hit. Good running. It's interesting when you look at Durham's scorecards so far this season that there's been that one player who has kind of stepped up. We've had centuries from 3 different players, which is an incredible start to the season. One big one from Wilson, one from Armitage, one from Turner. Unfortunately, he's not playing today. Will it be the time of somebody like a Matty Villiers to step up today? Short and wide and hammered through the offside by Claridge. That races away for 4. Shows how good a batting pitch and a good outfield this is.
Yeah, with Durham, it has tended to be one player. That I think the exception of it was against Essex, where Armitage got runs as well as Talia Wilson with her incredible century.
Yeah, you bang on there.
But it does tend to be one player.
This is clipped away into the deep. Emma Marlowe is out in the deep. Keeps it to 1. And that's something that's no doubt been discussed in that Durham change room, as it's partnerships. It is great for big scores and individually big scores, but big partnerships win games of cricket. Oh, that's flicked away, and she's probably got away with that one, Turner. Full toss on the leg stump. Probably as a result, a single. Durham will take that. Yeah, I guess amplified by the fact that Durham have only won the one game so far this year, despite having 3 centurions. I know they did get a tie out of the game at Scarborough, which ebbed and flowed all the way through.
That was a crazy game.
This partnership just transferred the pressure back onto Durham here. Be a wide, couple of wides down the leg side. But yeah, ebbed and flowed even to the last over where Durham thought they'd won the game with a caught behind.
I mean, what was mad about that game, and it shows the fine details of cricket, is obviously for Phoebe Turner to get a century, she had to push for 2, and actually if she didn't get those 2, then it probably would have been a tie.
Yeah. Yeah, you're dead right there.
But yeah, I mean, Wednesday was absolutely bonkers. Probably like the craziest day of the One Day Cup. Maybe in either year, there was so much going on all around the country.
Oh, that's not really short enough to pull, but she's got it through the gap. And this will take some stopping. Trudy Johnson chases all the way out. An excellent running. We get back for 3. Dangerous little partnership, this building for the Blaze. After 24 overs, it's 115 for 5.
Yeah, actually, since the wicket of Danawala, it feels like it's ramped up a little bit with these two coming in.
I agree.
And it's a slightly dangerous position for Durham. They need to retain control of this game and not let their hard work that they put in early slip away.
I was just about to say, and it'd be easy for me just to roll with this, that I think Durham need to go back to spin, and Katie Levick is going to come into the attack. I think the pace on the balls really helped these two batters. So can they maintain the charge? This partnership you could see from the worm that's just been on your screen there is a little upturn since these two have come to the crease. Jones in particular 13 from 10, and now Claridge is 12 from 11, so both now scoring at a better than a run a ball. And that run rate that hovered around the 4 mark is now starting to push towards 5s.
Jones sweeps this one. Just a deep square. Will be the 1 run. Defensive from Claridge, as I can hear church bells in the distance.
Yeah, it might be a little wedding going on. You can
someone's got
see
married.
a little church spire just off to our left. See if we can get a shot of it.
Tidy work from Wilson behind the stumps. Blaze 116 for 5. We'll jog through for 1. It's been a tidy over those so far. Really good from Katie Levick, just slowing things down a little bit.
Yeah, good time to bring her back on. It's going to be the drinks break now at the halfway point. There you can see that church spire right in the middle of Chesley Street. That's where those church bells will have been coming from. Maybe somebody getting married in there today. But it's about I reckon a 10-minute walk, a slow 10-minute walk from here into the city centre. Well, not city centre.
City centre.
It's definitely not a city, Chesley Street. Into the town centre. Not quite Adelaide, but there you go. At the halfway stage, Durham will be pretty happy that they've picked up 5 wickets and transferred some pressure back on to this Blaze lineup. But this partnership, only in its infancy, is starting to look dangerous for the Blaze, and Durham no doubt will be discussing during the drinks break. As you can see, the players there out on the ground will be trying to break this partnership as quickly as possible.
Yeah, getting a wicket after this break will be really crucial. It always seems to go one way or the other after the drinks break, that either Durham managed to put more pressure on and get another wicket, or the Blaze will press on, and this partnership, which has already started to build quite quickly, will build even more. We've got games elsewhere. Hampshire are 4 wickets down against Lancashire, 77 for 4 at Old Trafford. And then Warwickshire have also had some woes. They're 123 for 5, with Caris Pavley 34 not out at the moment. Davina Perrin has top scored there with 45. And Essex have lost their captain Grace Scrivens for 36, but Cordelia Griffith is 57 not out. Essex 122 for 1 against Yorkshire.
quite a nice background noise, that, isn't it? With
Yeah.
the church bells chiming away. Better than the motorbikes that are normally tearing up and down the road behind us. Last night, Polly, little stay in Lumley Castle.
Yeah, I absolutely love the castle. If anyone from Lumley Castle is listening, I'm happy to do any sort of advertising for you guys. It is very nice. I mean, so last time I stayed there, I was in one of the turrets, which was a bit spooky. This time I think I was in like the horse stable, which was a lot less scary. But yeah, it's a very, very cool place to stay.
It's a quirky little place,
yeah,
isn't
and
it?
so handy that it's so close to the cricket ground. I thought I'd treat myself and have a night in the castle. But yeah, it is a very, very cool place to stay.
See there. The umpire's in discussion with Durham's analyst out there. Probably something to do with the cameras that the umpires have. Just about ready for action again. See Danny Hazel at the very top of your picture. I was going to say showing off her football skills, but it's kicking a football. Spends plenty of time doing that with her son Max, that is for sure. $117 for 5. You feel that the next 10 overs, Polly, could really determine how the rest of this game goes. If Durham can pick up a wicket or two here and keep it tight, then that will obviously restrict the Blaze total, which will influence Durham's run chase. So lots to play for here straight after the drinks break, which so often creates a little bit of chaos.
Definitely, it feels like quite a pivotal moment in the game where it could swing either way. And Durham really won't want to let the work they've done so far in this innings slip away.
Might just be able to see on the umpire's chest there, they do have, it's, well, like
Body
the police
cams.
body cam, yeah. That will help analyse decisions, and maybe if anybody does anything a little bit naughty out on the field, then it's all captured. Fraser into the attack. So in my head, they needed to go and take the pace off the ball, and Holly Armitage agrees. Doesn't often happen that with me. Somebody agrees. Good energy from the skipper there in the field as well. That's been good from Durham for the majority of the morning. Down the leg side, and Emily Windsor will do the fielding. I don't think the Blaze, sorry, would have wanted that drinks break to come, because this partnership got off to a really nice start. And Jones in particular struck the ball nicely since she's come to the crease.
Yeah, Jones now her highest score in a Blaze kit. Moving on to 15 from 14.
Use of the feet from Claridge, and she sets off. Thompson misfield. So again, that's evidence that this Blaze pair have put the pressure back onto Durham. And it forces a misfield and gets them an extra single. I'll pick up 2 there off that ball. As the church bells continue to ring in the background. It's good from Fraser. Ends the over. 4 from it. 121 for 5 on the board.
Katie Levick's going to continue. She's bowled 6 overs so far. 2 for 24.
Durham's men in action down at Lord's, and the attritional battle continues. Middlesex 325 for 6. Durham haven't picked up any wickets so far today.
Levick in, and that slap down the ground by Jones will just about be stopped by Sophia Turner. Looked pretty close to the boundary.
Oh, she did well. She did very well. Durham have some excellent athletes that move nicely in the outfield. Turner is definitely in that category.
So wide from Levick.
Don't think that was outside the wide line, but it was wide.
Punched away by Jones. Will just be one in the end.
I think Jones, along with Thanawala, are the two that have really come in and showed intent and timed the ball nicely.
Yeah. The Blaze 125 for 5. Claridge has a swing. Will be a dot ball. Levick keeping the over tidy again. A huge swipe at this from Claridge. It will drop just short of the fielder on the boundary, Bess Heath.
There was a top edge, wasn't there, on the sweep?
Yeah.
I thought that was going to carry all the way.
It looked
with
like
the
it
wind.
would. Jones lurches at this down the ground, cut off by Trudy Johnson. Blades 127 for 5 after 27 overs. Emma Jones 19 from 17 and Ella Claridge 17 from 22.
This partnership already up to 36. Full ball. She manages to get that away off the back foot. Nice bit of fielding from Marlowe. Quick single. Very, very good running between this pair. Positive intent from the Blaze, even though they're 5 down. this away. And Grace Thompson manages to get in behind that one and stop it. Another single, set off immediately. Paddle from Claridge. Not a lot of pace on the ball. It's the only thing against that, and it's a risky single, shall we say, not from the running point of view, but definitely from the shot selection. 4 from that over. 131 for 5, the Blaze.
Durham have done well to kind of control this after drinks. It hasn't been perfect, but it's definitely on the side of the way they would have wanted things to go. But getting a wicket would make a world of difference, I think.
What can you tell us about the batters that the Blaze have to come, Polly?
Yes, you've got Kirsty Gordon, who is just absolutely gritty, and she's had some fantastic performances this season and last season, really helping to keep that lower order alive as Katie Levick returns for Durham. And we'll start with a dot despite a slight fumble just outside the ring. Yeah. Then you've got Lucy Hyam, who again can produce some decent scores, and Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips. As Levick's in again, and there's a big shout, and it's given out. That's the breakthrough wicket. Ella Claridge goes for 19, and that's a really important moment for Durham. The Blaze go 6 wickets down, and after the drinks break, Durham are the team that have come out on top and have started the better of the two.
It's a big moment, isn't it? And when you play across the line to Katie Levick, you're in trouble. That was one. She just tried to tuck into the leg side. It's a big breakthrough for Durham. 131 for 6, as you said, Paul. Ella Claridge going for 19. You see so often Katie Levick bowls right at those stumps.
We said that Durham needed a wicket. You know, even though they've done well in the last couple of overs, a wicket really would make that difference. And it brings Kirsty Gordon in, who, as I say, a very gritty player, scored 47 against Essex recently to really dig the Blaze out of quite a precarious situation, and somehow they ended up winning the game. They needed, I can't even remember how, it was a lot of runs. I think it was maybe around 100 or just under 100, and she came in and batted really well with the lower order. But Durham will be the happier of the two sides at the moment. Defensive from Gordon to start. The Blaze 131 for 6.
Still a long time to bat.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just past the halfway stage as it's been edged away by Gordon. No run though.
3 for 30 for Levick. It's been excellent.
Gordon nudging this into the leg side.
Interesting decision coming up for Armitage here. She's only got 2 overs left after this ball.
And that'll be a wicket maiden for Katie Levick, who has been intrinsic for Durham in the bowling lineup.
As mentioned there, wicket maiden 3 for 30. But she's bowled 8 overs. And there's still, what have we got, 21 overs left, I think. Are we at the 29 over mark? My screen's just gone off. does she save it for later on, or does she feel that right now, if she can pick up another wicket, it puts the Blaze further under pressure? All these things go through a captain's mind. Catherine Fraser to continue. He's been very tidy. And so was Jones. She sits on 21 at the moment. Hit down the ground to long on. Jones will get a single, but another tidy start to the over from Fraser. These two have really put the squeeze on after drinks. Levick with the breakthrough. Fraser keeping it tight from her end. Gone for just 20 from her 5.3 overs. Gordon drives, gets a thick outside edge. Gordon just taking her time here, starting off her innings. 6 balls she's faced so far, yet to get off the mark. This looks like a player who is happy to occupy the crease and maybe try and give that strike to Emma Jones, and she drives nicely and will get off the mark. And that will be her job, is to get Jones on strike as much as possible. Just the 2 from that Catherine Fraser over. 133 for 6 after 30. Some random goon in the crowd. Couple of kids having a bit of fun. And Armitage has pulled the pin on Katie Levick, and it's going to be Maddie Villiers, as you can see there, in deep conversation with Holly Armitage. Maddie's only bowled the 4 overs so far today, so she's got at least one big spell or a couple of spells left in her day. Follow up the good work from Fraser and Levick so far after drinks.
Gordon nudging this into the leg side, starting with a dot. There's Villiers. Tries to have a big swing, but it is signalled a wide. Gordon slaps this away. We'll just find Beth Heath. Brings Emma Jones back on strike. The play's 135 for 6. Defended by Jones and good from Villiers. Jones has a huge swing, but Maddie Villiers gets it through the gap. And the bails go flying. That's the 7th wicket for the Blaze that has gone down. And Durham are very much on top here. Maddie Villiers having impact, coming back into the attack.
I think it's really good reward for the hard work that they've put in so far today. They've bowled really nicely in partnerships. And you feel that's a huge wicket. Jones looked full of intent. She's looked to strike the ball and was striking the ball nicely right up until the point where she's had a sweep across the line and missed that one from Maddie Villiers. And the Blaze at 135 for 7 are in real trouble.
Yeah, you've got two relatively new batters at the crease now, and as you say, Emma Jones had that intent and she did look comfortable, but without her the scenario gets a little bit more difficult, and I'm sure the Blaze will have a little bit of deja vu here from previous games in the season where it hasn't been great for them from a batting perspective. Hyam and Gordon have spent quite a bit of time at the crease together this season so far. The Blaze 135 for 7 now.
Keep wondering what the delayed clap is, but it's that far of a walk from the wicket to the pavilion, and the girls often stop and have a little chat in the dugout first. That is the crowd welcoming Emma Jones back.
Villiers in again and continues well. I can see Grace Ballinger warming up on the side of the boundary, anticipating she'll probably have to bat.
Yeah, sooner than she thought.
Defensive from Hyam. He leans over the ball. And that's a brilliant over from Maddie Villiers. The Blaze 135 for 7. Just 2 runs conceded. But crucially got the wicket of Emma Jones.
I think this is where if Lauren Filer was playing, you'd go back to Lauren and just say, right, I want you to blast the tail away. Obviously that weapon is not at the disposal of Holly Armitage today.
Yeah, Lauren Filer busy with the army.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, this is heaved away into the leg side. Kicks on, and it's again another one that ends up just in front of the boundary. I'll pick up a couple.
I'm really surprised that didn't go for 4.
I was as well. I did plug a little bit in the outfield, maybe not timed perfectly.
Maybe he got stuck in a rut of some dry grass.
Fraser's been excellent so far today. Very economical. This one's tossed up and driven. Nice sweeper out on the offside. Gordon trying to find the gap there. 137 for 7. This one again will find Bess Heath, who will now drop out onto the boundary. Last ball of the over. Heaved away again out into the leg side. Starting to see a pattern of the stroke play that we might see throughout the rest of this innings. As just the one from the last ball, just 3 from that Fraser over. She has none for 24 from 7, so great work from her. So far hasn't picked up a wicket, but has done her job in partnerships. 138 for 7. 32 overs gone.
Yeah, just 11 from the last 5 overs, which is brilliant from Durham. And 2 wickets have fallen in that time as well. Villiers back in again. This one swept by Gordon.
I initially thought she'd hit that straight to Katie Levick in the circle. But it was in the gap.
home defensive. A couple of shouts from the Durham fielders. The play's 139 for 7. Home turns this into the leg side. They'll just get through for 1.
They're not the tallest of sides, the Blaze, are they? They've got a couple of but there's some definitely vertically challenged players for the Blaze.
I mean, maybe
including their coach, I will say as well, and I love Simon Guy as well.
It perhaps balances out with Grace Ballinger and Orla Prendergast, who are probably two of the taller players in the game.
It's such a quirky little thing that you look at and you go, man, they look tiny out there.
I think they're the team for me.
And me, I've been trying to get to 6 foot for 51 years.
Billy is in again, and Gordon gets hold of it, but will once again just find the fielder on the boundary.
I had to tell my nurse the other day, who was, once you get to 50, which is a blessing, don't get me wrong, but they just start to take blood. You're never ever away from the doctors for it. So you get your bloods done, and this needs doing. Oh, we just need to recheck that one, and jeez. And then she told me I was 6 foot the other day. I says, well, that's the first time in 51 years that I've got to 6 foot. So I'm either had my last growth spurt, or she needs to go to Specsavers, bless her. I think it's the latter.
I haven't had a growth spurt since I was 12, and I'm still holding out hope.
Fraser to continue. This one's driven down the ground. No run. That one will be a wide. Anything down the leg side is called. Sweep across the line. This is something that I hope Durham learned from in their innings. We've seen a lot of errors from the batters when they've tried to play those shots across the line. Durham have managed to pick up a few wickets from those. And that's a glorious shot. So a great adjustment from Gordon. Leading from the front here, needing a captain's innings. That was nicely put away in the gap on the offside for 4. Little brush of the pad there, says the umpire. Mo Wasim standing at that end. Gordon gets across the stumps and tucks it away. For the first time, we've got it's a little bit overcast, shall we say. It's been a beautiful day so far. A few clouds rolling in from the west. That ends the over. 147 for 7. I've looked at the forecast for tomorrow, and it looks absolutely biblical across the northeast. So if you're playing cricket tomorrow, the old rain card might be the way to go.
Been swept away by Gordon. And Villiers continuing from the Finkel end.
Just having a look at the options that Captain Holly Armitage still has available.
Hyam opting to sweep, goes a bit aerial, and in fact will go for 4. It's an attempt by Marlowe, who's frustrated with herself for not getting there in time.
Yeah, I think she should have stopped that. Should be disappointed. 150 up for the Blaze. Move on to 152 for 7. But yeah, after this one, Maddie Villiers will have 3. Trudy Johnson still has 4. Grace Thompson still has 8. Just the 2 overs from her so far.
Worked into the leg side by Hyam.
Fraser and Levick still have a couple. And Sophia Turner, who will definitely see bowl at the end with her changes of pace, still has 6.
Pushed away by Gordon, who's on 13 from 26. There's a bit of hesitancy for a run, and they opt to stay put.
It was in the gap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Durham try and get out of the over without any further damage. A couple of sweepers going out, one at deep cover and one at long on.
And a good end to the over with 3 dots. So the Blaze 153 for 7.
Durham don't want to let this drift here. I want to keep the pressure on these 2 batters. Some experience between these 2 as well. Trudy Johnson, mentioned the fact she still has 4 overs left, is going to come into the attack. Replacing Fraser, who was bowled 8 overs, none for 30. Been very tidy so far. Good start from Johnson, who was excellent this morning. Picked up 2 wickets in her first spell and really set the tone. Keep that energy flowing in the field. Keep it tight and try and force another error from the Blaze. It's cut in the air but finds the gap and will find the fence. I am picking up a boundary. Moves into double figures. And again, another little partnership building here. Oh, on an edge. And this is a get down to third. Maybe just took the edge of Wilson's glove on the way through, but a thick edge. drifting down the leg side. You would have thought it didn't look good. We've got a great spot here, Polly and I. That one just pushed in towards leg and going down. Certainly the only one that matters. Umpire Wasim, I thought exactly the same thing. Last ball of Johnson, 7 over. This again is on the money. Nicely driven and good work in the field from Durham. It's a dot 5 from that over, 158 for 7. Gordon 13, Haim 11. 36 overs now in the books. Well, certainly in Polly's book.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more expensive the last couple of overs. And Durham will want to rein that in a bit. 14 overs remaining.
I hear the rustling of bags.
So my ears pricked up too.
Yeah, that's lunch delivered.
Haim on 11 from 11 and Gordon 13 from 30. Maddie Villiers back again. It's been prodded by Haim. Villiers into her 8th. It was really given a lot of flight by Villiers.
Sam Blacklock, the man with 1,000 jobs here, our media manager and lunch deliverer.
Haim works into the leg side. Will push through for 1. So after 2 dots, they do manage to get a run. The play's 159 for 7. Worked off the hit by Gordon just for a single, so things are kind of plodding along gently at the moment.
25-run partnership so far between these two.
Attempted sweep, it is a wide as well by Villiers.
10th one of the innings so far.
I think we praised a bit too early.
Yeah.
Haim drives that nicely. Straight to a fielder. So no run on offer, 161 for 7. Finishes the over with a single, so 162 for 7 after 37.
See a few clouds starting to roll across Riverside. Nothing threatening by any stretch. Very high, very white, very fluffy, the majority of them. A couple of grey ones thrown in. Pretty pleasant day for cricket here. Trudy Johnson's going to continue. See the brains trust of Maddie Villiers, Captain Holly Armitage, and Trudy Johnson in discussion about how Durham try and close out this innings without letting the Blaze get away. Good areas again from Johnson. She's been excellent today. Probably her best performance in a Durham shirt, well, certainly that I've seen. 2 for 29 to her name.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen her play this season, and it feels like she's come on leaps and bounds from last season.
Nice push off the back foot, out for a single. full toss. Belted away into the leg side, but will be hit straight to Emily Windsor. Excellent cut shot. Nice bit of fielding from Catherine Fraser. Behind point, diving away to her left. Oh, this is nearly chopped on. Bit of confusion as well. Wilson throws to the bowler's end, but without any particular power in the throw. Nearly cleaned up. Kirsty Gordon in the process. Last ball of Johnson's 8th over. She finished as tidily as she started, creating new words. 2 for 32 from 8. The Blaze 165 for 7. Just 12 overs remaining in the innings. There's always the tricky situations as this batting pair. Now they've established a partnership. What do they feel? And we mentioned this earlier. What is a good score that they feel that they can defend? And then do they risk trying to get up to 240, 250 and potentially being bowled out then for 200? All those kind of things are going through minds right now.
I think the thing with the Blaze is they're really good at not being bowled out, and they're really good at kind of sticking out the 50 overs, but doing a bit of damage. And you've seen that with this pair a little bit, that, you know, they're happy to let a couple of dot balls happen, but they will keep the strike rotating, and they'll find a couple of boundaries as Levick's in and starts defensively. But I think it will I suspect it might be quite late on that they put the charge on, because I think also having the captain there helps.
Yeah.
As I said, swept by Hyam. The boundary is protected by Grace Thompson. But yeah, I think having Kirsty Gordon there, who's been in this situation quite a few times, is the right person to have out there to manage the game, manage the innings.
Probably almost from a Blaze point of view, is you're going to see Levick off here. You're not going to attack it.
Yeah. And her penultimate over is a swing at this from Gordon. Well fielded from Trudy Johnson. Keeps it to a single.
Fraser's been good today in that position. It's a real high traffic area behind point. And Holly Armitage recognising that has just reinforced that area. I am a bit disappointed there not to have put that one away.
Yeah. It's a little bit finer. It probably would have gone all the way, as Blaze are 167 for 7 after 39.
Levick just 1 over remaining now. This partnership's up to 32. And I think you're right. I think they'll just look at taking what they can get, and probably maybe the last 5 overs is where they'll really try and put the foot down. Where that takes them is probably somewhere around the 220, 230 mark. If If all goes to plan for them, Durham will be looking to try and knock them over before that. Catherine Fraser is back into the attack. Armitage ringing the changes. Gordon will feel she's missed out on an opportunity to score there. It was short and down the leg side. Some big spaces out there on the leg side. She tries to find one now as this is out into the deep. Sophia Turner almost teasing her to say you're never going to get there. There's a big boundary out there. Nicely tucked away. Windsor in from the deep. You almost want the fielders in 10 yards for a catch, but this outfield's so quick that if it's hit along the floor, then it's really going to take some stopping. Swept away out into the deep. Turnout will do the work again out there. Three singles so far from the over. Same shot, same result, I think. Indeed it is, as Turner playing their own game out there. The Blaze Butters. Fraser to Turner. This one just be a little bit quicker. It is, but again it's nicely tucked away on the leg side. Nice little picket fence of 5 singles to finish that over after a dot. I think the Blaze will be happy with that. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. After 40 overs, the Blaze are 172 for 7. So 10 overs remaining.
The Blaze have recovered really well actually after the loss of Emma Jones, and as I said before, this partnership, they're players that are very used to being in this situation and have battled it out together here in many a game. So
there's still so much time for them to bat as well.
Exactly. They've got 10 overs stretching ahead and they'll be very keen to bat all those overs out. Levick to bowl her final over. A slight shout from her first ball. Dabbed away by Gordon, and a sliding Emily Windsor will do the fielding. They push back for 2.
Trying to tempt another wicket out of these two in this last over.
Again, defensive from Gordon. Just knowing she's got time. Scampering through for 1. It's comfortable in the end, and Sophia Turner backing up. Levick for a final ball. This has been swept just for a single. So from her 10 overs, we'll finish 3 for 36, including a maiden. Some really fantastic bowling from Katie Levick, who's been so important.
Yeah, It's a great shift from her today.
Yeah,
Have they done the Hall of Fame thing yet? Has that been announced? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's definitely a nominee, Katie Levick. I haven't seen anything announced.
Still counting all the votes for Katie Levick.
I hope so. It's a landslide. Sophia Turner back into the attack. If required, she can bowl out. Just wondering what's going on here. It's a little bit of a stop in play. Drinks being run onto the ground. The umpires are having a chat together. So we've got a doctor or a physio out there as well for one of the.
Yeah, I think he's taping Kirsty Gordon's wrist, maybe.
He's spot on. Batting injuries. 176 for 7. 9 overs left.
In fact, it's both hands, both wrists. I was going to say, I hope it's not just her left, because she's going to need that left arm later.
It's definitely the right one, and now the left one as well. And there's all sorts going on. Hopefully she can still get a hand in the glove. I'm sure she'll be able to.
She's just preparing to whack the ball even more.
Maybe.
Just bracing for impact.
We're ready to go again. It's going to be Sophia Turner into the attack from the Lumley end. This is clipped away out into the leg side. Emily Windsor doing the fielding. Another single to Hyam. Running and hitting a good length. Wind's almost changed around now. It was initially coming from the west and the south, and it's like it's coming in from the north now. So it's tucked away into the leg side. They'll think of 2. And they do. That's brilliant running. With a dive in from Hyam. Sure. Oh, this could be a run out. Oh, it's incredible running. She must have set off so early there.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be a run out, but Hyam came flying through.
Wow, that was impressive. Punched away nicely off the back foot. This could be another couple. Took to think about it, and good work from Heath. Out in the deep there. Piece off this time from Turner to finish the over. 5 from it. The Blaze just keeping the score ticking along nicely. This partnership's now developing 181 for 7.
Looks like Maddie Villiers will bowl her penultimate over.
Yeah, that partnership's at 46 now. Pushing to get the Blaze up to a competitive total. Gordon on 25, Hyam on 21.
Hyam hoiks this down the ground. It'll just be one. Gordon sweeps a fumble from Katie Levick, allows them to get through for 1. They're both enjoying sweeping on the leg side. Happy to just take the single. Gordon goes aerial, and it should be taken. In fact, it's dropped. It would have been a good catch, but dropped by Bess Heath.
Just late to react there, and then had to rush in. Sure, she's picked that up, and that's a 50 partnership between this pair.
There should have been a wicket. That really should have been. The partnership should have been ended, as this is lofted up again. This time lands safely on the ground. Slapped down the ground by Gordon. So that will be 6 singles from that over, but there should have been a wicket. There really should have. Elsewhere, Hampshire are 9 wickets down. They're 135 for 9 after 39 against Lancashire, so not looking good for them. Warwickshire are 212 for 6 against Somerset, and Karis Pavley is ticking along nicely. 71 not out, with Mary Taylor supporting her, and Essex are 205 for 5 with 2 new batters at the crease against Yorkshire.
Deep discussion here between bowler and captain. 186 for 7. Sorry, 187 for 7. Nicely driven, but won't be a run. I think we'll see Turner bowl out from this end. It'll be up to the captain how she closes out. Still has 2 left from Johnson. 1 from Villiers. Wow, that is nearly off the pitch. I can understand why she's tried to bowl that there, because the batter got right across the stumps, did Kirsty Gordon. And it also almost was a no ball because it nearly landed off the pitch. 2 wides to the total. Battle of the Mind Games, definitely a win for Kirsty Gordon. Nicely played by Haim. She's just kept that scoreboard ticking over. Done that really, really nicely. She moves on to 25 from 33. Just getting her captain back on strike. Nicely whipped away. Partnership hasn't necessarily been damaging from a run rate point of view, but that total is becoming more and more competitive as each over passes.
Yeah, in terms of keeping the game alive and keeping this innings building, it's been really important.
A heave into the leg side without any particular timing. Just be the single. One ball left in over number 44. 192 for 7. Durham trying to get out of each over now without conceding a boundary. Do so in this over. Interesting follow through that time from Turner. Went across to the leg side, right across the path of Haim. 193 for 7 after 44. Maybe a little bit more treatment there for Kirsty Gordon, or is it just a change of gloves? I think it's just a change of gloves. Church bells return here to Chesley Street on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. All set up for a fascinating run chase here. What will Durham end up having to chase? 6 overs left if the scorer had a run a ball. That takes them up to that 230 mark.
Yeah, we could have a lower scoring thriller. Got Trudy Johnson back into the attack. She has 2 overs remaining so far, 2 for 32. Gordon on 30 from 54. That's in the air. Will the catch be taken? It won't. It was a difficult task anyway for Bess Heath.
It was a real teaser, wasn't it? Bess Heath just out of reach all the way, you felt. Diving full length in the end. Couldn't just grab it.
Two taken as Johnson's in again. And dug out nicely by Gordon. Will be a shy at the stumps, but Hyams through quickly, as we've seen plenty today. The Blaze 196 for 7. Wide from Johnson down the leg side. Hyam slaps this away. They think about a second, but settle for 1. Newsom 198 for 7. Gordon hoiks this in the air over the ring, and it will go for 4. Simple in the end, and that brings up the 200 runs for the Blaze. It's been a bit of an expensive over for Johnson compared to our previous ones. So far 8 from it. Gordon flicks this off the hip into the leg side, just for a single. 203 for 7.
Just starting to push that needle towards the 240 mark now.
Hyam drives this nicely, will be cut off. So end of the over, 203 for 7, 45 overs gone. Kirsty Gordon on 38 and Lucy Hyam on 27.
Set up for a fascinating last 5 overs here. This pair have done a brilliant job in establishing that partnership, which is now hit 68. Like you've mentioned, not unfamiliar territory for the Blaze. Hasn't necessarily been damaging from a run rate point of view, like we've said, but it's definitely getting a score on the board where they'll feel that they can defend it if they bowl well. This is a good pitch. It's a quick outfield, and Maddie Villiers is back into the attack. This is slapped away, but won't beat Bess Heath on the offside, who just become a little bit of a magnet in the last few overs. That ball's followed her around. Reinforce that offside field. There's no sweeper out. There's some huge vacant areas on the leg side. She gets a Across the stumps does Gordon and tries to sweep that fine, but finds Emily Windsor out in the deep. Interesting that Villiers is trying around the wicket as well. In fact, now she's going to go back over the wicket to high him. Who tries to reverse, and I was going to say it must be out, but she must have got some bad on that. We're watching from behind. I was just expecting the finger to be raised, if I'm honest, but she must have hit it, and that's what the umpire's indicating. Attempts it again. This is lobbed in the air. Will it get over the head? Of Fraser it does, and they'll pick up a couple. This time she backs away and chips this one with the perfect club again, just over the infield. Marlowe does well to get to it, rifles a throw back to Wilson to keep it to 1. Enterprising batting now from the Blaze.
Yeah, I was thinking around this time is probably where they ramp it up a bit. They know they've only got just over 4 overs left, and now's the time they can start being a little bit more risky.
Gordon finds the gap and will find the boundary. Does well as Villiers' last ball of her 10 overs goes for 4. She finishes with 1 for 45. And the Blaze move on to 211 for 7. Still 24 balls left in the innings.
These two have just been so robust. And that's what you can kind of always expect from this pair, particularly Kirsty Gordon. She's just shy of a half century. Sophia Turner will be the returning bowler. So far 1 for 31 from her 6 overs. Hyam moves across her stumps and will somehow manage to run through for a single. That's a shot at the stumps from Sophia Turner, who's frustrated she couldn't get it on target.
Grace Ballinger's doing some running over there.
She's really not confident.
Just making sure she's ready to go if she gets the opportunity. This is a great period of the game, isn't it? Absolute go time. Anything could happen.
Gordon on 43 as Turner's in. Gordon swipes at this. There's a big slap down the ground, but Villiers is there to do the fielding. 213 for 7.
Just a little wander down the pitch there from Gordon.
Once again, slapped into the leg side. Will just be one. We've seen this method deployed by both Gordon and Hyam throughout this partnership. Rocking back and has a angry shout from Kirsty Gordon.
Love it.
Gordon ramps this up and it will be safe in the end. It looks a little bit nervy with Marlowe there. The Blaze 215 for 7 after 47.
We're set for a busy week here at the Banks Homes Riverside as New Zealand rock up. They have a week's camp in place, and then the England International, which is on next Sunday. There are still tickets available. You can get them for as little as £5, which is actually incredible value. I'm sure our guru Sam will whack something up on the screen where you can, I don't know, maybe scan a QR code or something like that to get tickets, or put the link up. But if you want to watch two of the fantastic women's teams in world cricket, England and New Zealand will be here on Sunday. Oh, that's an edge over the top of Wilson. And it will probably bring a couple to Kirsty Gordon, who has certainly put the accelerator down in the last 3 or 4 overs. And she looks actually shattered from all the run between the wickets that she's doing. She moves on to 47. Moves across the stumps and hits that well behind square, but will find Windsor out in the deep, who keeps it down to 1. Yeah, great chance to watch some of the greats of women's cricket here next week. Susie Bates will be back in the house. Such a huge part of Durham's first year in Tier 1 cricket. Hit back in the air and caught and bowled. Catherine Fraser. If anybody's deserved a wicket today, it's Catherine Fraser. Hyam goes for an excellent 32. It's been a really valuable partnership with a skipper. And the Blaze lose their 8th wicket with 218 on the board.
As you say, Fraser's been really deserving of a wicket. She's put the hard yards in and just bowled really nicely and consistently.
Important little phase for this for Durham to try and take some momentum into that second innings. They don't want to let the Blaze get away here. And that's an excellent innings from Hyam. She's getting the applause as she comes off. It's actually quite nice. You get a little round of applause, your teammates give you some high fives, and then around 5 to 10 seconds time she's going to walk up and she'll probably get another little clap. Are you here on Sunday, Paul?
Unfortunately not. I'm working on the game, but from the office back in Salford.
Shocking.
So yeah. I'm not very committed, am I?
Could have had another little night in Lumley Castle.
Oh yeah, don't tempt me. I'll pull a sickie.
Well, we've seen her running up and down the sidelines. Grace Ballinger is the new batter to the crease. Left-hander. I think we'll see her intentions probably from ball 1. Well, if that's her intentions, Durham will be okay. A little bit quicker to think of a single. This is really nice work from Fraser. Last ball of her spell now. She has 1 for 38. Ballinger comes and plays one of the shots of the day so far as it down the wicket and clears mid off. Turner gets back and does the work with maybe a little bit of a twist and a turn. But that ends Catherine Fraser's 10 overs, 1 for 40. The Blaze finish over number 48 with 220 for 8 on the board.
Sophia Turner will bowl her final over from Finkel end. So far 1 for 35 from her 7 overs. Gordon will face on 48 not out from 67. Gordon swipes into the leg side. Will settle for 1, moves to 49. The Blaze 221 for 8.
Holly Armitage barking instructions out there.
Ballinger, I think, gets a slight inside edge and it's racing towards the boundary. Superb running and a bit of a slip and a slide from Emma Marlowe. But the boundary's protected.
Yeah, they might add up. Durham have done that 3 or 4 times today, if not more. Really chased hard to the boundary and pulled it in right in the nick of time.
Turner in again and Ballinger chips this up in the air. Will just be 1, which brings Kirsty Gordon back on strike. Gordon in, worked into the leg side, and that will bring up her 50. She's battled hard coming in at number 8 and has top scored for the Blaze, leading from the front. And it's been the most important innings of the day so far. She came in a difficult situation, but has enabled the Blaze to get up to a decent total, one that could potentially be competitive. Ballinger on strike now, and this is driven down the ground. It beats Holly Armitage. Maddie Villiers backs it up. It will be 2 in the end. The Blaze 227 for 8.
This is great work from the Blaze. All thanks to their captain here, really leading from the front. And if the Blaze do get home, they'll have her to thank.
Turner for her final ball, as this has been latched onto by Ballinger, who'll take the single. Finishes the over 228 for 8. And Sophia Turner finishes with figures of 1 for 43 from her 8 overs.
If you're wanting to watch the future of England women's cricket team, then you can tune in to Durham Live on Wednesday as they take on New Zealand in New Zealand's warm-up game for that ODI series. There'll be end-to-end stream coverage here on Durham Live. Keep your eye on the Kiwis and also who's potentially coming next for England's women's cricket. Who's the next superstars? Has there been any squad announced for that as of yet, Polly, that you're aware of? If you don't know, then it hasn't been announced. Last over, Trudy Johnson has ball in hand. She has 2 for 42. Like we've mentioned a few times, really set the tone. This is heaved away into the leg side by Ballinger. Kirsty Gordon happy just to take the single and keep the strike. But Ballinger's done well since she's come in. She swung the bat hard. She scored better than a runner ball and managed to keep getting a captain back on strike. She's 9 from 8 now, Ballinger. Kirsty Gordon. 50 not out. Short, slower ball. Heaved into the leg side. Will just be the single. Good bowling that from Johnson. 4 balls left in the innings. Who will win these last 4 balls? Can they get up to 240, the Blaze, or will Durham? I'm sure if you told them they were chasing 230, 240 at the start of this, they'd have been very, very happy. Ballinger heaves it again into the leg side. Be a couple of bouncers out to Bess Heath, who's had a lot of work to do in the deep. Good so far from Johnson, just the 3 singles off the last over. This is slapped back over Johnson's head and will be hit for 4. Second one almost perfectly straight down the ground that we've seen today. Kirsty Gordon turning it on.
Yeah, the Blaze looking to finish their innings strong. And Kirsty Gordon has very much been the instigator behind that.
Pace on this time. It's heaved well out into the deep. They're going to have to come back for 2, and they do. Good running from Ballinger, getting a captain back on strike. This is a great recovery from the Blaze. And you feel that this total is more than competitive. Durham will have to bat well to knock it off. Do have some batters in form. We've mentioned that it's normally one batter that stands up. Can more than one Durham batter stand up? As Gordon flips this away over fine leg. Grace will come back for a third. They're going to throw bowler's end and try and run Kirsty Gordon out, and it's a throw that's lobbed over the head. And I think Kirsty Gordon deserved to finish not out in that innings. It's a real captain's knock of 60 not out, which takes the Blaze to 240 for 8 after their 50. And something that you mentioned, Polly, sticks in my mind, and he said that the Blaze are very, very rarely bowled out. Somebody often stands up at the back end of an innings to do something meaningful, and I think both teams will actually be really happy going in at the halfway stage.
Definitely. I think the Blaze have been really resilient, and so much of that is down to Kirsty Gordon. Finishing 60 not out, she's been absolutely superb at the back end of this innings. But yeah, I think the Blaze got themselves in a sticky situation, and Durham will be really happy with the way they bowled. I thought Trudy Johnson at the start of the game, those within the power play, getting those early wickets, Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce. So I think Durham will be pretty happy from that perspective of things. But I think for the Blaze, of course, yes, it's great about Kirsty Gordon. But I think for me, the big takeaway is Prisha Thanawala, who on debut scored 47, was bowled by Sophia Turner to miss out on the half century. But I think she was a really exciting prospect and takeaway from today, and set up the team really nicely when other players were falling around her.
So, Durham will have 241 to win. We'll be back in around half an hour with the run chase. welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for Durham's reply in the Metro Bank one-day clash between Durham and the Blaze. The Blaze did brilliantly to set 240 here this morning. They were in trouble on several occasions. And a fantastic opening knock. And a rearguard action from the skipper. I've seen them get up to that 240 mark. For those that weren't with us this morning, Tanner Waller got to 47. And Kirsty Gordon hit 60 in a fantastic partnership with Hyam. And Durham required 241 for victory. Could have been a lot less, but I'm sure if at the start of the day, after losing the toss, if you'd have said you're chasing 240 to win, they would have taken that. With myself, Ash Thorpe and Polly Starkey. And ball in hand is Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, Grace Ballinger will open the bowling for the Blaze. The left arm seamer who was required to bat at the end of the Blaze's innings, who were not bowled out and who were very determined in that, as Talia Wilson is the batter on strike with Emma Marlowe at the non-striker's end. Ballinger from the Finkel end. So that's nudged into the leg side and they'll get off the mark immediately. They're going to push for two straight away. Good intent from Durham, who are chasing 241.
Just holding aside there, Ballinger, after that first ball on the way back to the top of her mark. Hopefully that's an itch rather than an injury. It's always interesting to see Ballinger as well. She puts those discs down for a kind of a take-off.
Wilson pushes this into the leg side, no run available. Nice and straight there from Ballinger. Wilson gets an edge, turns it round the corner. It will just be one. In fact, it signalled leg by. Just clip the pads to go through. Durham 3 without loss.
Just a hint of swing, isn't there, from Ballinger? Nothing extravagant at the moment.
Marlowe defends that with a straight bat. Three without loss. That's a good end to the over from Ballinger, finishing with 2 dots. 2 runs conceded from her over, plus the leg by. Durham 3 without loss at the end of the first over.
Wilson off the mark with a couple. First ball. Phillips, it looks like. I'm just trying to squint to that end.
Yeah, I think it's Charlie Phillips.
Phillips, isn't it?
Took 2 for 25 against Warwickshire in that victory midweek.
On the money first ball there from Phillips. Slingy action. Probably the quickest on show today. Wilson drives but won't beat Hyam. It's really important from the Blaze point of view that they bring the energy here in these first 10 overs. They need to put a dent in Durham's batting order. So if they just allow them to bat the 50 overs, you feel that Durham win this game. Bless you, Ross. You feel for the Blaze to win, they've got to bowl Durham out.
Definitely. I think we've spoken before about Durham having that one player to step up, and I think if that happens for Durham today, then they've got that securely in the bag. It would be nice if a couple of other players also put their hand up.
Yeah, they'll want to build partnerships. They won't want to leave it to one person. We saw that first game where Wilson made a huge 100 and showed a massive partnership with Holly Armitage. That was the blueprint for kind of how you want to go forward as a batting unit. Since then, we've seen some inconsistencies from the batters, but with almost one standout performance, being a century from Turner, a century from Armitage. Very tight start here from Charlie Phillips. It's a great start from Phillips. It's a maiden over. Durham 3 without loss after 2.
Yeah, brilliant start for Phillips, who's kind of been a bit in and out the side, particularly last season, didn't get many opportunities. But taking a chance now, opening the bowling and starting with a maiden.
Nice strike that from Marlowe, but doesn't beat the field.
Yeah, Durham just struggling to find the gaps here. Again, obviously we've seen with Marlowe there have been some nice shots, but straight to fielders as Ballinger continues her over. Yeah, Ballinger is kind of stretching out, whether she's just trying to get into a rhythm and warming up with the body, or if there's a little bit of an injury. Marlowe works this off the hip into the leg side. Just for one.
We'll just keep our eye on Grace Ballinger. She doesn't look very happy at the moment. A few little gestures there just off screen. Now she's stretching out her leg as well.
Ballinger in again, and that's been driven. Will be cut off really well inside the ring. It was Lucy Hyam who did the fielding.
If it did carry, it was a tough chance.
Yeah. Marlowe keeps the ball on the ground this time. I think we also may have a sub fielder on. I think Amy Wheeler, number 5. I'm trying to figure out who she's come on for.
Yeah, she was definitely running drinks on during the batting innings.
Driven down the ground, well cut off by Dhanawala. So it will just be the single.
Just having a look for tall players out there to see if Prendergast is...
Yeah, Prendergast was the one that came to mind. Because I can't spot her.
Ballinger just calling the physio and the 12th. However, she might get a drink and potentially a little tablet to keep her going. Never met her before, but she looks a real competitor in everything she does. Be Charlie Phillips to continue. Started off with a maiden over. Flicked away off the pads by Marlowe, and she'll pick up a single.
Yeah, in fact, that's all of Prendergast down there. Walking in front of us.
At least we were right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Down the leg side, and a good take from Bryce. That will be a wide.
You mentioned about Grace Ballinger. The day I first ever did commentaries, this would have been July 2022. Grace Ballinger was playing. It was Loughborough Lightning against Thunder, which might mean something to some people. But she took a 5 for that day, and I spoke to her after, and it feels like after that game something really shifted.
Oh, chopped down, nearly back onto the stumps.
But yeah, it feels like something really shifted in her game, and she kind of just took it to the next level. I think she was maybe 18 or 19 at this point. She was at Loughborough Uni, and it felt after that big performance, she just then became a regular in the side. Her bowling got a bit more consistent. So it's been really nice to see her develop over that period of time.
Won't beat the field. The players are busy out there as well. They know that they've got to make early inroads and create energy to win this game. Driven through mid-off. A hand to it from the youngster, but it won't stop it going all the way for 4. A glorious off drive from Talia Wilson.
A needed boundary for Durham. Some news from elsewhere that Hampshire were 153 all out. Lancashire, after 6 overs, are 24 without loss in reply.
Short and pulled away, hammered away. Wilson loves it there. 4 more back-to-back boundaries.
This is more like it. This is what we're used to from Talia Wilson.
It's something we actually chatted around after that first game, where she tried to play a few pull shots and just wasn't used to the pace of the wicket. And in fact, she might have even been LBW. Don't tell anybody off one of them. But once she grew into that innings, that pull shot started to come out, and you could see how quickly she just jumped all over that one. Oh, that could be 3 in a row. Clipped away through the leg side, and there's no stopping that. 3 boundaries to end the over. Talia Wilson timing right in sync. Durham 20 without loss after 4.
Yeah, from one extreme to the other, Charlie Phillips started with a maiden and now getting hit all round the place by Talia Wilson. Mentioned games elsewhere in Warwickshire, just shy of their 50 overs. They were 336 all out. Karis Pavley 127 from 123 even. That's back-to-back centuries for her. Chloe Skelton with a 4-wicket haul and Olivia Barnes with a 3-wicket haul, as Grace Ballinger is continuing from the Finkel end. This is driven really well by Marlowe. It splits the fielders, but they'll chase it down eventually. She'll just get the 1. And then Yorkshire Essex. Essex finished 270 for 8. Yorkshire in response to 26 without loss. Top scorer there was Cordelia Griffith with 69 from 86. Driven straight back to Ballinger by Wilson. Ballinger grabbing a hand down to collect the ball herself. Durham 21 without loss. Wilson 15 from 18. This one's pushed out to point where Lucy Hyam is monitoring the area closely. They do scamper through for 1.
It's a good bit of fielding there. Saved 4, or saved 3 because I rushed through for a single. Don't know if Emma Marlowe's bat has gone here. Very curious. She's just wandered off.
Catherine Bryce is just having a look at it. It's like the toe
Gone
guard
through
or
the toe,
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
The old Kippax there. Used them bats for a lot of years. Great bats.
It's Tammy Beaumont even.
It is a change of weapon for Emma Marlowe.
Is that Tammy Beaumont asking the umpire to check it with the bat gauge?
Probably.
That's
No one heard
what
it,
I could hear through the microphone as Ballinger's in again. A couple of gasps that looked good from Ballinger. 22 without loss.
She's currently got the same brand that Beaumont uses, so...
Marlowe drives this really nicely. Danawala is chasing it, and I think we'll get there just about before the boundary. Been a nice shot.
Bursting through the hands of Tammy Beaumont, that one.
Yeah.
She might be more worried about the bat gauge on her own hands rather than Emma Marlowe's bat, but that was timed nicely. Ben Raines just picked up his 5th wicket for the lads down at Lord's. Slow going, 408 for 8 from 135 overs.
Durham 24 without loss. After 5. We've still got Amy Wheeler on the field, so I wonder when Prendergast will come back on, because I'm sure the players will be expecting her to bowl at some point.
Something to keep an eye on for sure. She looks very settled on the dugout over there, to be honest. Down the leg side and will be a wide. Something to keep an eye on as well, the extras. Always nice to do a little comparison between the sides. Durham's first 10 overs, they didn't bowl a wide, and then at the start of the 11th, they bowled 3 in a row. Well, there's 2 in a row so far from Phillips. The 3rd of the innings so far. Excellent Yorker. Well dug out by Wilson. Cut away off the front foot by Marlowe with good timing. Ballinger fumbles in the deep and Marlowe comes back on the error for 2.
Ballinger just grabbed her back then and threw her head back. She's clearly in quite a bit of pain.
So this is another thing to keep your eye on from a Blaze point of view, is that if she's carrying an injury, Will she be able to come back for a second spell? You have Prendergast off at the moment, another bowler, so Kirsty Gordon's options are starting to shrink. Marlowe up tall in defence.
Yeah, you'd usually have Ballinger bowling 10 as well. So I guess in terms of who they've got as bowlers, Hyam will bowl quite... Kirsty Gordon will probably have to bowl 10. Catherine Bryce is also yet to come.
Marlowe drives but won't get it through.
Emma Jones will bowl. And to be fair, Prisha Thanawala,
They do have options, don't they?
Yeah, so they will have enough. It just might not necessarily be their first choice.
And what you always want as well is to have options.
Exactly.
So if you can have 6 or 7 bowlers, even if they only bowled 2 overs or 3 overs, then that just gives you a bit of breathing space at the back end of the innings. Short and edged and gone. Good bouncer from Phillips. Surprised Marlowe. And that one flew through to the wicketkeeper. And Sarah Bryce takes the catch behind the stumps. The Blaze pick up their first and Durham are 29 for 1.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Charlie Phillips, who hasn't had the best over. It's been a difficult one, started with the 2 wides. But as you say, a good bouncer and good work from Sarah Bryce behind the stumps as well.
Marlowe gone for 8. That will bring Captain Holly Armitage to the crease, which means her dad will now start hopefully the first of many steps in lapping around the Banks Homes Riverside. Important breakthrough. That was a nice opening partnership from Durham.
It's the same over that the Blaze lost their first wicket as well. Tammy Beaumont was bowled by Trudy Johnson.
Armitage, the captain, joining Wilson. Really good bit of bowling, and that's when you've got that little bit of extra pace. There's not many in the women's game can bowl genuine bouncers, and that was a good one. Got it up high enough, out of the control of Marlowe, and an edge through to the keeper. Slip now in place. Ella Claridge is in the armchair. Full and straight and gone, first ball. Absolute beauty. So an over that started with 2 wides now has 2 wickets. Armitage goes first ball and Durham are rocked. 29 for 2.
Wow. Fair play, Charlie Phillips. Just fantastic bit of bowling and 2 and 2.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, feeling that the Blaze needed to bowl Durham out if they're a chance to win this game. And there's 2 balls, 1 short, 1 full. That will go a long way. Holly Armitage walks off. First ball gone, losing a leg stump. And Durham in a little bit of early trouble, as were the Blaze. Maddie Villiers, the new batter to the crease. Been a little bit short of runs so far this year. Is today the day that she stands up?
It would be a good day for her to get some runs as Durham find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. It looks like Grace Ballinger is going to continue, which, yeah, it's definitely a decision.
It might be the fact that she can't come back for a second spell. That often with, she was stretching her leg, and their lower back. We might see a bowl quite a hefty spell here. Bryce just setting the field.
Wilson on 17. This one down the ground for no run.
What a crazy last over. Started off with a couple of wides and Durham seemingly in control, and then finished with a bouncer edge behind. A Yorker that found the leg stump, and the Blaze are up and about.
A wide from Ballinger. Wilson drives this straight to Thanawala.
Lovely bounce, wasn't it? Well, in the football, the dream run of Wrexham is over. They haven't quite scraped into the playoffs. Hull City grabbing the last championship playoff spot. Ipswich Town promoted to the Premier League.
There's a big shout from Ballinger, and Sarah Bryce is rolling to collect the ball.
I'm not even sure that was going to hit the stumps.
No.
Pitch that far outside leg.
I think it was quite hopeful. I mean, given Ballinger was the only person who was shouting.
Just putting her arms out.
Yeah.
Never get any support.
Villiers to face her first ball. This one's been pushed backward of point. She will get some runs. They're going to push for 2. .33 for 2. Once again, squirts out to point.
That would really knock me as a batter. So I know you're watching the ball all the way. Well, different batters will do different things, but if I was batting, I'd be watching the ball all the way in Grace Ballinger's hand. And as she's run into ball there, you can see the 3 discs to the right of the umpire. She's just managed to kick one of them and just flick it up in the air a little bit. It doesn't take much to annoy me, to be honest.
Once again, Lucy Hyam busy at point, and that's the end of the over. 33 for 2 after 7.
Durham really need a win here. I know it's early in the season, but if they want to progress in this competition, they need to get that second win of the season.
Yeah, it's so easy to get in a rut and for teams to get stuck in. And to be fair, I think it has been relatively even across the competition. That, Surrey got thrashed by Somerset, and that's not something that you would have expected, particularly with how Surrey started. Essex have won a game now, so it is a little bit more even.
Probably the surprise for me is that we saw Lancashire open up their campaign here at the start of the year, and they looked like they could take on anybody, and that was so far their only win of the season.
Well, exactly, and yeah, then we're thrashed by Yorkshire last week in the Roses derby.
That'll hurt.
Yeah.
Really good from Phillips. Following up that double wicket taking over. She's been expensive, but the Blaze won't mind that as long as she's picking up wickets. That's her job as a fast bowler. That's the risk you take. The ball does come off the bat. And to be fair, the majority of those runs off her came in 3 balls with 3 consecutive boundaries by Wilson. Wilson on the up. Won't beat mid-on.
Yeah, Lancashire should ease past Hampshire today. They're 41 without loss, with 113 more runs to get from 39 overs.
Hampshire top, Lancashire bottom at the moment. It is crazy. It's been
yeah, it's unpredictable.
Phillips again on the money.
I think you also see how teams are impacted differently by the loss of England players, or there has also just been very varied availability of a lot of squad players. You see that with the Blaze today as well, but also with Lancashire, they lost Gabby Lewis, which was like a huge loss because she was such a run scorer for them. But they've brought in Maddie Penner now, who's going to play the next couple of One Day Cup games.
Oh, that's gone. Got to be out. Got to be out. Wilson playing across the line, and Charlie Phillips is ripping the heart out of this Durham lineup. Durham 33 for 3.
That's 3 wickets for Charlie Phillips now. I was going to say, that is absolutely plump. Even with my eyesight, I could tell that was out.
I'm surprised. I mean, it didn't take long for the finger to go up. The umpire can almost appeal along with the bowler there. Unfortunately for Durham, Talia Wilson is headed back to the pavilion. Emily Windsor will join Maddie Villiers, and Durham just need a partnership here.
Yeah, you worry this is all too familiar for Durham, and yeah, they had a really good first innings and set themselves up so well, and then it comes to backing it up with either bat or ball, often with the bat, and it all just starts to collapse. And Charlie Phillips has been the main reason for that on this occasion. She's been superb.
Yeah, somebody needs to take responsibility here for Durham. Still got some more than competent batters to come. But the sooner that a partnership stands up, the better for Durham. Because that 240 now is looking like a huge score. Windsor drives, but won't get that through the covers. A wicket maiden for Phillips, and the big wicket of Talia Wilson. Durham 33 for 3 after 8.
And still Orla Prendergast is just sat in the dugout. So we'll keep an eye on how that goes, because there also normally is a certain amount of time they'd have to wait to come on to bowl. So I don't know whether we'll see her bowl, etc.
She looks pretty content over there, that is for sure. Right on the very left-hand side of your screen, you can see the Blaze players in the dugout.
Ballinger continuing, and that'll be out. The 4th wicket has fallen, and Sarah Bryce behind the stumps takes the catch. Maddie Villiers goes for 2, and this is all falling apart for Durham. who looked the happier of the teams going into the innings break. But from both the Lumley end and the Finkel end, there's been danger. And Charlie Phillips with 3 of the wickets, and now Grace Ballinger joining in. Durham are 33 for 4.
So I've never seen a batter get out to the middle as quick as Bess Heath has just done there. She raced onto the field, but Maddie Villiers' poor run continues. She edges Ballinger behind. 33 for 4. Durham in a world of trouble here.
Bess Heath on strike, waiting to face her first ball. Ballinger's in, and there's an appeal. It was miles away from the bat. I think that was quite a confident appeal from Ballinger. Again, getting close to the bat. Not quite, but Heath yet to get off the mark. This one down round the corner, and Sarah Bryce throws it at Emily Windsor in the end. Of course, meaning to shy at the stumps, and probably Ella Claridge, who was backing up. Durham 34 for 4. Windsor short, and
It's got to be over the head, hasn't it? Surely.
Yeah.
She's only little. It literally went over the top of her head.
Yeah. This one goes behind. It's heading towards the boundary, but Amy Wheeler is absolutely thundering round, and we'll cut it off. Two leg byes. A wicket maiden for Grace Ballinger. Durham 36 for 4 after 9 overs.
Charlie Phillips, unsurprisingly, will continue. 3 wickets to her name. Oh, make that 4. Well, Bess Heath looked like a cat on a hot tin roof. From the moment the Maddie Villiers wicket fell, she raced out there. And Durham, I'm not sure I've seen a collapse like this at the start. 5 down. Just 36 on the board.
It is an absolute disaster for Durham. And you just wonder where they could actually rebuild from here. Who's going to be the person to help them get over the line? They need 205 still to win. And it just looks a little bit more tricky, quite literally by the minute, as the last 3 overs have all brought wickets.
Catherine Fraser is the new batter to the crease. Has it all to do here. Charlie Phillips, 4 for 19. Ripping the heart out of Durham's batting lineup. Oh, beaten. Really impressive spell this from Phillips. You're not doing what I think you're doing, are you? Fraser keeps out a full ball.
I mean,
You're going to hit me with some lowest totals, aren't you?
Oh no, I wasn't. I was looking at Charlie Phillips's bowling figures because this must be her best bowling performance. But yeah, I can tell you lowest totals if you want them.
No, I don't want to know. That's what I thought you were looking at there. This one's down the leg side and wide given. Fraser presenting a nice straight bat there. Charlie Phillips on the hunt for a 5 for. To enter the leg side and they'll pick up a single. Durham did not lose their first wicket until 29 runs were on the board. They currently find themselves 38 for 5.
Yeah, that is a damning fact, really.
In fact, they looked like they were cruising, the two openers, until that wicket of Marlowe fell. Windsor carves one away for 4. Full and wide and punished. Gets off the mark. Durham 42 now for 5 after 10. Durham ahead on runs, I think. I can remember that Notts were 40 after 10 overs, but they certainly were not 5 wickets down, maybe 2 down, I think, for 40 after the 10 overs. What you got, Paul?
Yeah, after 10 overs, the Blaze were 40 for 2.
Yeah.
So obviously similar amount of runs, but the wickets column looking very, very different. Grace Ballinger is going to continue from the Finkel end. Again, getting near the edge of the bat. Ballinger and again, and this one defended for no run.
Just the one wicket so far for Ballinger, but she's kept it really tight from her end, which has allowed her partner to go hunting for wickets. And Charlie Phillips has done just that, picking up 4.
Big swing by Catherine Fraser. Another dot for Ballinger.
Well, in better news, Durham's men have finally bowled out Middlesex at Lords. It took 141 overs and a maiden first-class wicket for Luke Robinson to finish it off.
Clips the edge of the bat and zips off to Tammy Beaumont. But still, 4 dots in a row for Grace Ballinger. This is good from the Blaze. The field's in tight and they're building more and more pressure. Not that Durham need any more on their shoulders. Driven and there won't be a run available. So that'll be a maiden over for Grace Ballinger. Okay, interestingly, and this will be fact checked, but from a little look, I think the lowest score, certainly last season, was Lancashire all out for 168, and that was against Durham. That was here.
That's a long way off right now.
Yeah, I was thinking it's quite a lot of runs actually in comparison to where we are now.
I mean, it's a pretty small sample size.
Yes, very true.
Obviously only into our second season here. But goodness me.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult thing about the stats with this. It's like you could look before, but it is a different competition and the teams have different names, etc.
Phillips short. That one allowed through by Windsor.
But I'm sure if Hypercourse is listening, then I will probably be corrected. But I'm very happy to be corrected with this.
It's good to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Windsor defending off the back foot. Durham almost just looking to survive at the moment. That's 5 wickets for 4 runs. Well down the leg side. Sorry, for 7 runs it was. Marlowe falling on 29, as did Armitage the next ball. Wilson on 33, Villiers on 33, and then Heath on 36. And the 5 wickets to fall. Short ball, and Windsor sways out of the way. Kirsty Gordon just putting a couple of sweepers out for the last 2 balls of the over. Oh, and Windsor gets an inside edge. That trickles out to the sweeper on the leg side. Should pick up a single. Claridge, the fielder. Off the leg by, off the pads, and will be a leg by even. No, maybe a bit of bat there. Certainly looked paddy to me. Got that all wrong. As at the moment, our Durham really struggling. 44 for 5 from 12 overs.
Yeah, just 11 runs in the last 5 overs, and in that time 3 wickets have fallen.
It's not going to get any easier, as the captain is going to bring herself onto ball.
Kirsty Gordon coming on from the Finker end. Catherine Fraser on strike. Fraser defensive for the first 2 deliveries.
Not set the world on fire so far with the ball this year, just the 5 wickets. But has certainly set this game up for a team with the bat.
Rocks back and punches this down the ground. Ella Claridge preventing the run. Once again on the back foot from Fraser. 4 dots in a row for Kirsty Gordon. Blazer making this look easy. They'll push through for one to prevent the maiden. So 45 for 5 after 13.
Yeah, tidy start from Kirsty Gordon, as you would expect. Her innings, especially in that partnership with Hyam at the back end of the Blaze the Blaze first innings, has really set this game up. And we thought 240, Durham will be pretty happy chasing that amount. But absolute chaos. Durham losing 5 wickets for 7 runs. Lucy Hyam into the attack now as well. The partnership that tormented Durham at the back end of the innings is now in operation. Fraser clips this one away into the leg side and will pick up a single.
I'm going to invalidate my own stat from earlier because I forgot to look at this season because Durham were all out for 118 against Hampshire.
Very true, I forgot about that. Yeah.
I fear that may be the lowest total. There, of course, are other low totals, but all of those have been rain-affected games, so they're kind of voids. But yeah, I think Durham could be trying to beat their own record here.
Winter drives off the back foot. Nice shot. Nicely stopped there in the covers. Trapping Windsor on the crease. One ball left in the over. Started off with a single, now 4 dots. This one's hit away into the deep in the offside and a misfield. Probably the first error that's been made in this innings by the Blaze. That one races away for 4 to bring up the Durham 50 for 5 after 14. I think that was a subfielder Wheeler out there in the deep, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Amy Wheeler who looks frustrated with herself, as she would be. Durham 50 for 5. Kirsty Gordon back into the attack. Just one conceded from her first over. Kirsty Gordon just happy to bowl dot after dot and put some pressure on the Durham batters. Fraser rocks back and pushes this one backward of square. Windsor drives this. They think about a single, and in fact Windsor was kind of halfway down the track, but they head back.
I think this would be a brilliant time to bring your debutant on.
I tend to agree as Gordon continues. It's defensive. Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity because if you look, Durham have got 190 runs to win. It's unlikely they're going to do that from the position they're in, and actually it's a chance to kind of put a debutant in a low stakes situation. Not that I think she can deal with pressure fine. She was grand this morning, but it is a good opportunity. They are going to continue with Lucy Hyam by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, Lucy's only bowled the one over so far. And I just thought, can you get your debutant into the game early? Because you can always fall back on the experience that you have in Hyam.
It'll be good to see Danawala bowl a couple of overs today.
This partnership so far just the second to get into double figures on 15 after the opening stand of 29. Shot and a play and a miss. Fraser gets a short ball but not able to put it away. The pressure is building and building and building here. Tossed up, chipped in the air, and that will be wicket number 6, as soft as they get. Hyam picks up the wicket. Durham 6 down for 51.
Just thrown away, but that's a consequence of the pressure that the Blaze have been building. It was brilliant work at one end by Kirsty Gordon and then Lucy Hyam at the other. And Hyam gets the reward with Fraser just chipping it up straight to the hands of Kirsty Gordon.
Doesn't get simpler than that,
exactly.
Does it?
So simple. And kind of inevitable with the collapse that Durham have been having.
Grace Thompson, the new batter to the crease. You don't want your number 8 striding out before, 16 overs have been done now.
But way before drinks.
Starting to run out of words here at the moment for this collapse from Durham. If ever a partnership was needed, and it is right now between little and large, Emily Windsor and Grace Thompson. But the Blaze, the coach mentioned it, you mentioned it, find a way to be competitive. And they've been in trouble throughout various phases of this game. But right now, not sure you could be in a much stronger position.
Kirsty Gordon back into the attack, and in classic fashion starts with a dot. Windsor 9 from 17. Down the ground, but despite the fumble,
Might have got her in the face, that fumble. Claridge there.
3 dots in a row. Rocks back and slaps us out to point. But again, the score stays 51 for 6. Windsor gets a bottom edge on it, and it will go for 4. Wasn't the best of shots, but just enough on it for it to race away.
It was a pull ball from Gordon. Short and down the leg side, and Windsor puts it away. Beats Grace Ballinger, the only fielder that had any chance of stopping that one.
He'll get a single to finish the over. So 5 from it in the end, despite those 4 dot balls to start.
.56 for 6.
Scores from elsewhere. Lancashire need 61 runs from 29 overs with 9 wickets remaining. And Somerset need 269 runs from 40 overs with 8 wickets remaining against Warwickshire.
Windsor down the track, hits it to mid-off. Wants a run, Thompson says no thank you. Phillips doing the fielding. Oh, a little bit of turn there for Hyam. Tossed up, Windsor on the back foot though. Won't beat cover. This is tossed up inside edge into pad. Will end the over. A second maiden over from Hyam. She has 1 for 5 from 3. Durham floundering on 56 for 6.
Kirsty Gordon in again and shouts from her first ball to Grace Thompson. Balled 3 overs so far, gone for 7 runs. Thompson has to dig this one out and defend.
She just got her back down in time.
Yeah. It was a bit of a desperate shot. Drives this nicely. Beats the diving fielder inside the ring. Will be cut off though by Emma Jones. Just the 1 run. rocks back and pushes this backward of point. 58 for 6. Really defensive from Thompson there.
Did these two play in the 100 together? Because there seems to be a bit of banter between them here.
Yeah, they were in
And
the Trent Rockets side, yeah. Kirsty Gordon finishing with a dot. 58 for 6 at the end of the over, just 2 from it.
It definitely seems to be something between the two of them. Maybe a few surly words from the experienced campaigner met with the smile and the innocence of youth. $58 for 6. Just about to run a ball as well now. Hyam to continue. Short, hammered away, square of the wicket. That'll bring Windsor a boundary. $62 for 6. Tucked away into the leg side to think about a single, and will now get one. Ballinger scrambles away. Oh, I am not expecting the throw to her end by the look of it. Little leapfrog over the top. Brings Thompson on strike. Tossed up nicely by Hyam. Oof. Thompson whips that away and it takes a bounce right off the edge of one of the wickets. It doesn't take a lot to get to head height for Tammy Beaumont, but it definitely got there.
It was well watched by Beaumont.
It was. Could have been a trip to the dentist. Thompson rock back, punches that one away for a single.
$64 for 6 after 20.
Like that. Some very bright shirts out there. I can't see. I don't know if it's a stag do or something like that. It looks like.
I mean, it must be.
Some
You can't
awful
be going out in
shirts.
that.
I'm all for it, but they look awful. It's got to be one of the lads' faces on the shirt, surely.
Kirsty Gordon returns, so that's been slapped straight back to her. What a place to have your stag do.
Sat in the sun at the cricket.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Gordon in again and missed everything and disappears out to square leg. I do think coming to the One Day Cup on a stag do is a lot more sophisticated than coming to the Blast. So you're a serious cricket fan if you're having the stag do at the One Day Cup.
Might just be opportunities of dates, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it was bank holiday weekend.
Indeed.
You know. Windsor drives this, but just Tammy Beaumont, who is completely obscured, in my view, by the window frame. Driven down by Windsor, just for the single. Things are moving ever so slowly.
I think Durham will take that at the moment.
Yeah, they're not losing wickets, so that surely is a positive. Thompson, flash of the bat and won't get a run, so 2 from the over. Once again, 66 for 6.
So much time to bat still. 29 overs. Still require a run a ball. The damaging side to that scorecard is that 6 wickets. Five of them, the first 5 being lost in the space of 7 runs. A very watchful Emily Windsor pushes that one back down the pitch. Got a little flag watch there. I like that, lads. Keep it up. Lovely cut shot from Windsor. Find Wheeler out in the deep. Get some encouragement after they won a few overs ago. Went straight through for 4. Beautifully tossed up from Hyam. Some real energy interaction, isn't there, at the crease, really. Get some energy on the ball. Oh, nearly a collision between the batters. That would have summed up Durham's day quite nicely.
Definitely. Yeah, it's really felt like that. Certainly from a batting perspective. And
tucks this one away, and not for the first time, Ballinger scrambles along the floor but can't quite get the ball. That's 3 from that Hyam over. I think that's all Durham can do at the moment, is continue to look to rotate the strike on a beautiful afternoon here in Chesley Street. Banks Homes Riverside bathed in sunshine. Unfortunately, from Durham's point of view, their batting effort isn't matching that of the weather.
Interesting. Kirsty Gordon is continuing. So far, 0 for 11 from her 5 overs. Driven straight to Beaumont. They call for a really quick single. If that had hit the stumps, I think that possibly would have been out. But Emily Windsor was back safely in the end. 70 for 6. Thompson punches this away just for 1. Worked into the leg side by Windsor. Slight edge away by Windsor. They're going to come back for 2. It's quite a comfortable 2 in the end. So 6 from the over, which is much better from Durham. 75 for 6 after 23.
Emily Windsor getting rid of the jumper. Being follically challenged, it always fascinates me how the girls just whip their hair straight into through a bobble or whatever that is, and it's in some kind of fastened fashion.
It takes
through
great
a twist
talent.
and a turn. I can imagine,
Yeah,
and a lot of
it's really a
practice.
skill.
I'm sure after a while it's just automatic. I'm impressed. Thinks of a single, but good fielding. Claridge and the covers. Attempted sweep, gets away fine. I'm not sure if there's glove or pad on that. I think it's pad. Regardless, there'll be a couple to the total, and it is leg buys. Lovely loop again. Really nice loop. This one does get through the gap on the offside. Thompson will pick up another single. Windsor pulls out of the way, and that'll find the gap. Will it find the rope? It will. Another boundary for Windsor, who at the moment is a lone hand here for Durham.
Yeah, Emily
82 for 6. Sorry, Polly.
So good. Emily Windsor just needs to stay there and doing what she's doing at the moment, because it's kind of Durham's only hope. And that boundary just relieves a little bit of pressure and just keeps Durham slightly in the question.
Have a change in the bowling.
Catherine Bryce is going to come into the attack for the first time today. Thompson on strike. Starts with a single. 83 for 6. Defensive from Windsor. Straight down the ground and splits the stumps.
Worth an inquiry.
Bryce was close to the ball, but I don't think Grace had really wondered.
I think the other Bryce was the one more interested in going on, standing behind the stumps. Catherine with ball in hand, Sarah with gloves on hands.
Four dots in a row now for Catherine Bryce. And that ends the over. 83 for 6, so just the single at the halfway stage. The same point, the Blaze were 117 for 5. So very much different pitches, and of course we had that fantastic innings by Kirsty Gordon of 60 towards the end of the Blazers' batting innings, which really helped them put on a competitive total. But it'll be Emily Windsor and Grace Thompson who have to dig deep to try and keep this game alive. Keep you updated on scores from elsewhere. Lancashire just need 41 runs from 23 overs with 8 wickets remaining. Emma Lamb was leading the charge there. Somerset need 241 runs from 32 overs with 7 wickets remaining against Warwickshire, as Warwickshire posted 236. just shy of their 50 overs. Neve Holland and Jess Hazel are the in-batters now. And things are interesting in Yorkshire versus Essex, as Yorkshire need 338 runs from 26 overs with 8 wickets remaining. Lauren Winfield Hill is currently 81 not out. They are without Jess Jonathan today, who has been their run scorer and wicket taker throughout the campaign so far. But here, Durham need 158 runs to win from the final 25 overs. They're currently 83 for 6 after the Blaze, particularly Charlie Phillips, ripped through that top order. Dismissed Talia Wilson, LBW for 17, then Marlowe for 8. Armitage's stumps went flying for a duck, and then it was Ballinger who got Maddie Villiers for 2. Bess Heath also went for a duck, with Charlie Phillips the instigator of that, and then Lucy Hyam picked up her first wicket, with Catherine Fraser being dismissed in the most simplest of fashions. Kirsty Gordon taking a very, very easy catch in the end. Now Emily Windsor, 31 not out from 49, and Grace Thompson, 8 not out from 21, are there to try and rescue this game for Durham. Charlie Phillips, though, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 27 from her 6 overs so far. Grace Ballinger's been economical too, 1 for 12 from her 6. Kirsty Gordon yet to pick up a wicket, but has just conceded 17 runs, and Lucy Hyam 1 for 19 from her 6. So all things are pointing in the direction of a Blaze victory. I'm just keeping an eye on. We haven't seen Orla Prendergast on the field in this second innings. She did bat for the Blaze, scored 12 from 23 before being dismissed by a clever bit of wicket keeping from Talia Wilson, who just managed to whip the bails off as she was down attempting to sweep. But we haven't seen her on the field in this second innings. She's been sat in the dugout. 83 for 6 at 25.
Durham's approach, Polly, just to keep trying to build this partnership and kind of see where they get to?
Yeah, I think try and build the partnership. I think we're on for a Blaze win, but they can see what they can do.
That's timed nicely, that from Grace Thompson. Big opportunity this for Grace as well. She's a very, very talented batter. Obviously showed what she can do with the ball. I am not afraid to toss it up. To her 7th over now. It's 1 for 20. This one's pulled off the back foot, but down the ground. Tammy Beaumont down there doing the fielding, just a single. Thompson tucks this nicely into the leg side, just starting to look a little bit more comfortable at the crease. Lovely shot from Windsor. Over the top of the offside and away for 4. 7 from that over. Is there a glimmer of hope here for Durham? It's a long, long way off. But this partnership building nicely. He's moved on to 38. 90 for 6. Still 151 required for victory. They're the numbers. And we talked about this quite a lot in the last game that we were here, that Duckworth Lewis is quite a reflection on where the game is at. The Duckworth Lewis par score is 172. And you'd have to say 0 chance of rain.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's blue skies and a couple of clouds, but very much a rain-free day.
Thick outside edge will run away for 4. A little bit of confusion, not for the first time, between this pair.
Yeah, Durham just nearing 3 figures. The mixed over from Catherine Bryce so far. 4 dots and 2 boundaries as they'll finish with a single. Sarah Bryce just swapping to the cap as it's going to be Emma Jones, the change of bowling.
Been brilliant, haven't they, the 2 spinners so far for the Blaze. In fact, all their bowlers have made really nice contributions to the game so far. Charlie Phillips, the star, with 4 wickets. A wicket for Ballinger, a wicket for Hyam, and Gordon's 6 overs so far have only cost 17. Short one first up. I think it's been given a no ball. It has. Front foot no ball. Which will be a free hit for Emily Windsor. to heave that away, hits it to mid-on and sprints through. Kirsty Gordon has a shy at the stumps and misses. Makes for an ugly looking scoreboard.
Yeah, it's
One
just
no ball plus one bye. That's only one ball. That's actually not even a ball. Wide. Jones just searching for a bit of rhythm there. I was just really watching her in a run-up. So she's almost forcing that to the crease. And another wide.
too far the other way this time.
That brings up the 100 for Durham. 6 down. In the 28th over. They won't have given up hope. But that 241 looks a long way away. Thompson up tall. Stylishly played to mid-off, but won't beat the field. For 6 Durham in pursuit of 241 for victory. That's punched away beautifully off the back foot by Thompson for a single, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between the pair. Which at 51 for 6. There'd have been many questioning if we'd still be here at this moment. But well done from little and large. Short. Cut away. Out into the deep. It'll just be a single. You feel that this is the first time Durham have had any real control since that first wicket partnership. Marlowe and Wilson putting on 29 for the first wicket before an almighty collapse. So Durham 36 for 5. Short and cut away. That beats high and behind point and will run away. And excellent fielding. Really good work by Wheeler in the deep. Probably a little bit of redemption for the one way earlier that she allowed through for 4.
Yeah, it feels like this is the first chance in a while that Durham have been able to kind of get anything away. It's been a really loose over from Emma Jones to start.
Looks like a Welsh town on the scoreboard this over.
It's
Windsor picking up another single. To the point where I was having to look at the umpire to see if that was the end of the over, because you can normally tell from the scoreboard, but in that instance it was impossible. It does end the over. Despite all that going on, there was only 8 from the over. Durham 104 for 6.
Kath and Bryce back, and this is punched away by Windsor for a single.
Been noticeably closer out in the deep, haven't they, the Blaze fielders? See, Jones there is probably about 20 yards in from the boundary.
Played straight back to Bryce. Durham 105 for 6. $136 still required to win.
Just a little chat from Windsor to the youngster there. Don't become impatient. I thought you'd almost chip that one back to Bryce.
Yeah.
Just a little bit early.
Four dot balls now in a row for Bryce. He'll finish with a single. 106 for 6. We've just had the same over where the Blaze went 6 wickets down. However, they were 131 for 6. And of course, they had Kirsty Gordon coming in, who really made a difference.
It was an outstanding partnership, wasn't it, with Hyam? Really carried. We were wondering what they felt they'd be comfortable with, and I said that at the break that both teams probably went in happy. Jones to continue, is really trying to hit the pitch hard. It's the chat between captain and bowler, just off your screen. As if by magic, right on your screen. Have to give that cameraman a raise. Oh, and a play and a miss. We would be, he's a Man United fan, so... Beautifully driven on the up, through extra cover for 4. A real shot of authority from Grace Thompson.
Yeah, she's come in and she's taken her time, but she's played some really nice shots. Displayed some really good batting.
Oh, even better. Even better, standing up tall and punching that behind square on the offside for 4 more. Solidly in behind that one as well. .26 not out, Thompson. 39 her career best. So just starting to be niggle at the blaze. Nicely played by Thompson. Ends the over. A couple of boundaries off that over. 114 for 6. .40 to Windsor. 26 to Thompson. This partnership dwarfing anything else that's been produced by Durham today.
Yeah, 127 to win with 20 overs remaining. It's definitely a task. Catherine Bryce in again. Durham 115 for 6. Thompson whips this into the leg side.
I mean, the run rate isn't really an issue. The only issue is that Durham are 6 wickets down at the moment.
Yeah, and you kind of fear after this partnership what comes next sort of thing as Catherine Bryce manages to find a dot ball, because yeah, it's working when Thompson and Windsor are there, but if Windsor went, then you don't have that person who's been in for a while to kind of steady the ship.
Kirsty Gordon just being a nuisance there in that fielding position, and Grace Thompson just walking past her and giving her a little nudge.
Chipped up in the air, and the catch is taken. Tammy Beaumont takes the catch, pretty simple in the end, and Emily Windsor goes for 41. Really not what Durham wanted or needed at this moment. They look like maybe they're dipping their toe back into the game, but this is just another blow. Catherine Bryce with the breakthrough for the Blaze.
Something I look at is how hard you have to work for your wickets, how hard the opposition has to work for theirs. And yeah, I think Durham have definitely been guilty of a few soft dismissals today. Emily Windsor, nice knock for 40. Sorry, 41, but she's got to go now. Chipping a simple catch to Beaumont. And that might just be a little bit of scoreboard pressure. Grace Thompson with it all to do. Now with Sophia Turner, the new batter to the crease. 7 down. That mountain just got steeper.
End of the over, 116 for 7. Interestingly, actually kind of mirroring when the 7th wicket
wickets.
fell. Yeah.
Lovely little comparison, Polly. Very good. And this was that partnership between Hyam, wasn't it?
Except Hyam and Gordon, yeah.
That really did the damage at the back end.
I think Charlie Phillips is going to come back on.
Great option from the captain. Ruthless, extra pace. Try and blast the tail away. And I think I said at the time that if, Durham was to have a Lauren Filer, for example, back that would have been a great time to bring her back on. Obviously, you mentioned she has other things to occupy her at the moment.
She's with the army.
It's driven beautifully on the up, but won't beat Beaumont in the covers.
Of course, I'm not talking about any sort of conscription. It's all the England players have been pulled out of this round to go train with the army, although I don't think Lauren Bell helped the image of the team by posting a picture of a very fancy dinner they all had on the first night, but luckily the next day then they were all covered in mud and crawling on the ground, which is more what I had imagined.
That is shot of the day for me. Grace Thompson, dismissive of that delivery from Phillips.
Looks like the ball went through a gap and it's proving a bit difficult to retrieve. Yeah.
What an outstanding shot that was. Class and authority. Little inside edge just saved Thompson there. A little bit of extra effort from Phillips. Durham's men are 67-1 in reply to Middlesex's 430. Guided away, but won't beat Hyam. Emilio Gay and Ben McKinney, the men at the crease. Driven beautifully back past the bowler, but a little bit of foot intervention from Phillips. Steers that one to mid-off. Striking it nicely at the moment, Grace Thompson. Just the boundary, though, from that over from Phillips. Phillips has 4 for 31. Durham are 120 for 7. Will we see a little spell for the debutante? Not at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen anything from Thanawala yet. Was hoping to see a bit of her off spin. Catherine Bryce 1 for 10 so far. Took the wicket of Emily Windsor. She'll be coming back from the Finkel end. Sophia Turner will actually only face her second ball. Lancashire have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets. A very comfortable win. Just over 30 overs it took them to get that.
Top v bottom. Bottom beat top.
Three dots in a row for Catherine Bryce. Turner yet to get off the mark, and so far a maiden over for Bryce. And it will be a maiden. 120 for 7 after 33.
Rachel Hopkins, Durham's Academy Director for the female pathway, having a wander down in front of us. Bringing the next generation of Durham's female cricketers through. Huge job. Doing it really nicely. Phillips to continue into her 8th over now. Short, and that one gets through Bryce behind the stumps. And Thompson will come back. She'll have to get those big legs moving, and she does. Be a couple of byes. Just about the first blemish against Sarah Bryce that today, I think. She's been very tidy behind the stumps and, to be honest, hardly noticed, which is the sign of a good wicketkeeper. Short, pulled away out into the deep, but straight to the fielder. Catherine Bryce doing the work in the deep. Full and straight and well defended by Fee Turner. Quick shot from Turner, play and a miss. Maybe I've put the mockers on Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. That one was fumbled away. Driven to mid-off, thinks of a run, but then probably rightly says no. Timed that too well. Numbers at the bottom of your screen there. 118 to win from 97. Not out of the question until you throw in the factor of 3 wickets in hand. Make that 2 wickets in hand, and that is 5 for Phillips, who has been absolutely superb today. That one getting through the defences of Turner. And Durham lose their 8th wicket. Phillips has 5 for 32.
The sound of the off-stump cartwheeling was beautiful. It was a really nice sound to listen to, and that's brilliant for Charlie Phillips, who's just been exceptional today, absolutely on fire, just tearing through the top order in the power play, and then has continued as she's come back into the attack. Really well deserved for her. Durham 123 for 8.
Just trying to bring some stats up there for Charlie Phillips, but I'm assuming that would be her first 5-wicket haul and a career best.
Defensive from Thompson. Now is batting with Trudy Johnson. Big shout. Thompson survives. Kirsty Gordon is probably irritating the Durham batters a little bit, standing so close in.
And probably enjoying that fact too.
Yeah, oh, definitely. It's whipped away for a single. £124 for 8.
Trudy Johnson, the new batter to the crease. Not what she envisaged when she picked up 2 early wickets this morning. Again, another one more than capable with the bat. With a hell of a lot to do here. 117 still required.
big shout from Catherine Bryce. Umpire's not interested.
My initial thoughts were just outside the line, but however, I'm sure she got a little bit of butt on it as well.
$124 for 8 after 35. 15 overs remain. 117 to win.
Phillips to continue. This is whipped away nicely by Thompson. He'll just pick up the single. The clouds just start to roll in here at Chesley Street, probably reflective of the mood around the Banks Homes Riverside. Charlie Phillips, star of the day. 5 wickets. Grace Thompson fires through. She's not going to get a run out to go with it as well. She nearly does. She nearly does. Would have been gone with a direct hit. Thompson keen to keep the strike. Thompson down the wicket and whips this over mid-wicket beautifully. It races away for 4. A real talent, this girl. Not at her best the last few weeks with the ball, showing some really promising signs with the bat here. Moves on to 38. Quick single, moves on to 39 and equals her career best score. Tradition in the men's game is you get the beers in for a career best. Is that the same in the girls' game, Polly? Is it the same at Manchester Met?
I don't think any of us know our career best. It's one not out.
Nicely played by Johnson. Getting that on top of the bounce. Out to sweeper in the deep, which is Wheeler, who does the fielding.
To be fair, at club level we have done that, but we are a bit better. So.
Hope nobody from Manchester Met's listening.
Oh, they know, don't worry.
Yeah, I bet you've told them. Brutal taskmaster, this one.
Heard it all this week.
Nice shot from Thompson, but won't beat mid-off. That ends the over. 8 from that over. Thompson's on 39. Johnson's on 2. Durham need 109 from 84 with just 2 wickets left in hand.
A huge task, but to be fair, I am impressed with the fact they've held on for this long. After going 3, 4, 5 down within the power play, I was thinking, this could be an early finish, but actually they've done well to pull it back, and they're not a million miles away from where the Blaze were. It's just the Blaze had a really, really good partnership at the end between Lucy Hyman and Kirsty Gordon, which kind of saved the day for them. Catherine Bryce back again.
And that's where, I mean, Durham are a young side, aren't they? And experience tells you, and you told us, that the Blaze are very, very difficult to bowl out because they do have that nous and that knowledge down the order on how to scramble to either a victory or a total.
Johnson looking for the quick single. A direct hit, but he'll be safe at the end. 133 for 8. Thompson
Whipped away
fires this
again,
away,
isn't it?
yeah.
Beautifully.
Lovely bit of work from Thompson,
my
who
God.
looks going to go for 2, and it's going to be run out. A really, really poor bit of communication between Thompson and Johnson. It's an awful way to get out when the wickets are so precious at this point. Completely avoidable.
I think that sums up this Durham batting innings quite nicely, unfortunately. A little bit lost for words there, if I'm honest with you, which is not great when you're a commentator. However, that's it. I've got nothing.
Yeah, that is not good at all for Durham. As I say, completely avoidable, and just one of those things that I guess part of it is an experience thing, but also it's just at this point in the game when Durham are kind of so beaten and down, you're much more susceptible for it to happen, but it shouldn't happen really. Katie Levick, Durham's last batter, makes her way to the middle, but it will be Thompson on strike. Slap down the ground. It's Kirsty Gordon very quick to whip the bails off, but Katie Levick very happy to prove she's got her bat in the crease.
Well, the only positive out of that calamity is that career best score now for Thompson.
Aerial again from Thompson. We'll just get the 1. Catherine Bryce wrapping up the over with a dot, 135 for 9 after 37.
No game on Wednesday for the Blaze. Durham will head down to Birmingham to take on Warwickshire. Not in the greatest of spirits. However, the Blaze do take on Surrey on Monday. No bank holiday off for them. Trent Bridge, the venue. Phillips, the destroyer of the day so far, into her last over. She has 5 for 40. Thompson runs down the wicket and belts her back over her head for 6. I thought that carried.
Yeah, I thought it maybe just was like
My bad. Maybe wishful thinking.
Centimetres before the rope.
Wishful thinking.
Either way, it was a huge shot.
I think it's 6. But there you go. It's 4. Mate, that's 6. I'm convinced of that on the replay. You have a look.
Oh. I'm not sure. I'm going to need a slow-mo.
Oh, can I? I can, can't I?
Yeah.
.45 anyway to Thompson. Might take 3 days now. I've put it on quarter speed. Thompson whips this one away into the leg side. An awkward bounce. I'll see Thompson race back for 2. Can Levitt get there? And she does.
Because of course this is going to make all the difference in the game.
Well, it's keeping me occupied. I've gone too far. We'll get there eventually. This one's full and straight and right on the foot of Grace Thompson, who has not enjoyed that in the slightest.
Oh.
I honestly think that's 6, you know. But there you go.
That could be 6, yeah.
Like you say, in the wash up. Meh. Could have got a bit of help from the fielder down there, but there you go. Thompson backs away, punches that one, but won't beat Hyam at backward point. Grace Thompson on 47. Might make a difference to Grace, who could be on 49. Clutching at straws here. As are Durham in this run chase. Charlie Phillips, 5 for 47. Can she wrap it up? Thompson drives that beautifully down the ground. And it'll just be the single as the skipper does the fielding. Good diving save. Thompson moves to 48. Maybe 50. Just saying. Levitt carves this away behind point. She'll pick up a single. And the Blaze won't be unhappy with that, as that will keep Levick on strike. And that ends Charlie Phillips' spell. She has 5 for 49 from her 10. Absolutely superb today.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, instrumental in the Blazers' success in this innings. So destructive in the power play, and then as she's come on in other spells.
She's a point of difference, isn't she? She's obviously just starting out her career, just a young girl. I think when I've looked at her stats, I think she's 23. But she's got airspeed. She's definitely been the quickest bowler on show today. She's seen that by blowing the stumps out of the ground on a couple of occasions. 3, I think. It's Armitage, Heath, and then Thompson. Yeah. Sorry, Turner, wasn't it? Not Thompson. $144 for 9. Just going to see who they bring on at that Lumley end. Charlie Phillips, will they go back to maybe a Ballinger, or will they give the youngster a crack? This is heaved away into the leg side. It'll just be a single, which moves Thompson onto 49. Come on, give Thanawala a ball.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen her bowl, especially with all of Prendergast not seemingly playing in the second innings. I know obviously they're very different bowlers, but I would have thought options-wise it should be someone good to turn to. Bryce back in.
Oh, Grace Thompson was almost tempted to say no there to Katie Levick. Try and keep the strike for herself. But Levick will retain it. Yeah, they've used 6 bowlers so far. Jones, the 6th bowler, having only bowled 2. So you look at that attack with the likes of Prendergast in it, and there's some great options there for Kirsty Gordon. The spinners have been really effective in the middle. Going at Kirsty Gordon going under 3 and over, and Hyam going under 4s.
147 for 9 with 11 overs to go.
Yeah, Ballinger back into the attack. Katie Levick swings that away out into the deep on the leg side and settles for the single. Brings Grace Thompson on strike. 49 not out. 6 4s to her name. Or is it? Thompson paddle sweeps, but she won't clear. The fielder, which is Jones, that short fine leg. And a bit like Durham's batting performance, an anticlimactic way for that all to end. Wishing Grace Thompson to a maiden half century, but she goes for 49. And that is the end of it all. Durham bowled out for 148 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. And the Blaze winning by 93 runs. Very, very comfortably in the end. Despite some brilliant efforts with the ball from Durham, had the Blaze in all sorts of trouble. But that 8th wicket partnership was really crucial between Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Hyam. Got the Blaze up to a really competitive 240. We were wondering whether that would be enough and whether the Blaze would be happy with that. Well, I'm sure they're very, very happy with that as they walk off this field right now, Polly.
Yeah, the Blaze didn't have the best of batting innings, but of course, as you say, that partnership with Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Hyam, essential, and then absolutely magnificent with the ball, particularly Charlie Phillips, who took 5 for 49, but supported with the rest of the bowling attack, and Grace Thompson finished the top scorer for Durham with 49 not out. Emily Windsor 41, who was important in the middle order, but no major contributions elsewhere. In fact, the third highest scorer was extras with 19, so not a good day out the office for Durham. And the Blaze stubborn in the first innings and confident in the second, and easily take the win by 92 runs.
So next up for the Blaze, they'll host Surrey at Trent Bridge. Next up for Durham will be a trip down to Edgbaston to take on Warwickshire. From myself, Ash Thorpe, and Polly Starkey, and the guys from the media company, Durham Live, over and out.